Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. We are so excited for the next 3 days, celebrating Mother's Day with a newborn posing class with Kelly Brown all the way from Brisbane, Australia. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I am going to be your host today, along with the lovely Christy Weber. We are going to do about 12 minutes of pre-show, and this is just for us to check our audio and video and make sure you out there can hear us and see us. So if you click on the little chat icon right beneath the video that you're watching, come on into the chat room, let us know where you're joining us from. And also, if you are a newborn photographer now, or if you're looking to add that into your business, we want to get kind of a sense of who you are out there and who is joining us today. So we will be doing some internet shout outs, but first, I want to introduce you to Christy Weber, who is here with us. She is the co-founder of Junebug Weddings, and this is her first time hosting here at Creative Live. So
That's right.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Christy.
Well, first I have to say, just thank you for having me here. I'm such a huge fan of Creative Live and what you're doing with bringing free education to the world, raising the bar for everybody. I'm just, a big fan, so it's a real honor for me to get to be here and be part of this workshop. I am a co-founder of Junebug Weddings. We're an online wedding magazine and wedding planning resource. It's a great place to find the best photographers, planners, venues, and just crazy, gorgeous eye candy for anyone planning a wedding.
That is true.
Yeah. And for years before that, I worked as a wedding photographer and family portrait photographer. So this is a pretty cool experience for me to get to learn about newborn photography, which is not something I delved into very much because it is totally an art form unto itself.
It is so much so.
Yeah.
So everybody, I want to introduce you to Miss Kelly Brown. Kelly, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm nervous, but I think I'm more excited. I'm ready to get started.
They're kind of one and the same, and actually we got started yesterday.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys have gone to our Facebook page. You'll see a trailer that is snippets of what Kelly did yesterday, which was a pre-shoot with 3 babies, and it was incredible. She truly is the baby whisperer with an accent. So Kelly, it is going to be a jam-packed Mother's Day weekend.
Absolutely. We also have a great studio audience here of lots of different students. So we're going to go ahead and jump over and meet all of you. If you want to tell us your name, where you're from, what's the best place to find you online, and what you're most excited to learn about here, what kind of photographer you are, and whether or not newborn photography is something you're already doing in your business. We'd love to hear.
Okay, hi, my name is Stephanie Whiting. I'm from Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. My company name is Photography West, and you can find me at www.photographywest.ca. And I'm just excited to see firsthand watching Kelly use all the props, working the babies, and yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm Karen Biker from Reflections of Life Photography. You can see that at www.rolphoto.ca. I'm located in Grimsby, Ontario, which is just about 40 minutes away from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Been in business for about 8 years. I specialize in newborns and families.
I'm Karina Taylor. I am the owner of Hazy Skies Photography, and you can find me on Twitter at hazy_skies, or my website is hazyskies.com. I am from Mukilteo, Washington, and I'm currently photographing families, seniors, newborns, and children. I'm super excited to be here with Kelly. It's just an amazing opportunity, and she is one of the best, so I'm very excited to be here.
Hi, my name's Denise Moore. I live in Columbus, Ohio, but I'm originally from South Africa, so go Southern Hemisphere. Woohoo. You can find me on Facebook at iHeartNewborns or on Twitter at iHeartNewborns1. I am currently portfolio building, so I know I'm going to learn a ton from you. So I'm really excited, and I can't believe I'm here.
I am Miranda Glazer, and I own Miranda Caitlin Photography from Davis, California. And you can find me on Facebook at Miranda Caitlin Photography, and my website is just mirandacaitlin.com. It has all the links to my social networking. I have only done a handful of newborn shoots, so I'm really excited to learn how to run a smooth shoot and how to deal with parents, and definitely the posing. So I'm super excited today.
I'm Tammy Higashi. I live here in Tacoma, Washington. My business is Finding Moments Photography by Tammy Higashi. You can find me on Facebook at Finding Moments. And I do families, children, and newborns, and I love newborns, and I'm just hoping to get all of the secrets to make them go smoother and easier. And I've been doing it more part-time with staying home with my kids, and I'm hoping to up the business aspect of the ratio, so hopefully this will get me going in the right direction.
Hi, I'm Helga from Edmonton, Canada, and originally from Hungary. My business name is Helga Heimer Photography. You can find me on helgaphotography.com or Helga Photo on Twitter. I started my business about 7 years ago, studied over 10 years ago, and I've been doing birth and newborns. And I'm very excited to learn from you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Molly Meager, and I'm the co-owner of Ellie Bell Photography. I'm from Olympia, Washington, and we specialize in newborns, and we're also family photographers, so I'm looking forward to learning more about posing, and particularly safety with posing newborns, and learning everything from an award-winning photographer. Thank you.
Well, once again, we are excited to have all of you here with us, and like we said, everybody out there probably can relate to one of you, so we look forward to not only Christy and I asking all of your questions out there to Kelly, but you all as well. If you guys have a question, somebody out there probably has that same question. So speaking of everybody out there, we have so many people already joining us in the chat rooms, and so let's give some shout outs. Let's let Kelly know how our worldwide audience is doing today.
All right. Well, I'm seeing, let's see, we've got Kate from Riverton, Utah. We've got, let's see, someone from Tallahassee, Florida.
All right.
MC.
I've got Jen Core1, who's from Fort Worth, Texas, who says, I didn't plan to do babies, but that is actually what I'm mainly asked to do. So that's interesting. And we have Photo Mike in the chat room who is, hello, this is Mikal from Jersey, Channel Islands. I'm interested in getting into newborn photography. I'm currently an event photographer. Who else do we have?
I have Courtney from Austin, Texas. She says, I'm a portrait photographer looking to add newborns to my work, so perfect addition. Jessica from Texas is so excited to be here. She mostly shoots weddings, but does a lot of newborn sessions and feels like she can improve her work so much. Looking forward to the class.
We have Carla in Costa Rica. We have Paulo Lima, who is in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm not a newborn photographer, but want to learn about it. Awesome. I was just down in Sao Paulo for one of the photo conferences down there, along with our friend Sue Bryce, who was teaching down there, and that was just a wonderful experience. So loved Sao Paulo. We have another Christy from Hong Kong.
Excellent. Love a good Christy. Let's see. I've got hello from Long Island, Nicole D. Tennessee representing. We've got someone from Australia as well out there.
Fantastic. We have another Blee from Perth, Australia. So again, all over the world, Kelly. But you are from Brisbane, correct?
Yes.
Have you always lived there?
No, I've lived in Brisbane for about 15, 16 years, maybe longer, I can't really remember. I don't know. But I'm originally from a very small town, Armidale in New South Wales. It's a population of about 27,000 people maybe, so not very big, so hi if anyone in Armidale's watching.
So I know we're going to talk about you in just a minute when we get started, more about your background, but I know that you have children as well.
I do.
Are they up in the middle of the night watching today?
Probably not. They go 24/7, but they do crash, so they'd be sound asleep. I think it's about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Something
in
like
Australia.
that. The people who tell us, the person who is from Perth, tell us what time it is. That's the fun thing
Well,
about...
there's a time difference between Perth and Brisbane.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah.
Even
but
more.
I think we're about 16 hours in front. So they're heading into Friday. It's Thursday here.
Oh, this is cool. We have somebody who's joining us from Finland who is currently 33 weeks pregnant herself.
Oh, wow.
So she is anxiously awaiting many useful tips for her latest baby. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
It's amazing how many people from all over the world are here. I see India, Perth, Australia, Singapore. It just goes on and on and on. Scotland, people are jumping in, so amazing worldwide audience.
That is so exciting.
It's very, very exciting. Do you do a lot of traveling?
Not really. No, I'm pretty much home-based in my studio at home. So a lot of people travel to me, which is good. Some people have travelled up to 3 hours for a session. And
with a newborn.
Yeah,
that's a lot with a newborn.
They get in their car and they come. So it's so amazing to have them come to my house and really want to be there. So that's
very fun.
That's good.
Well, it's that time, Kelly. And again, for those of you who didn't see, we did a pre-shoot yesterday with Kelly with 3 babies, and it was just phenomenal. Just so amazing to watch Kelly work and that instant connection that she makes with the babies, with the moms. So you all are in store again for a fantastic Mother's Day weekend. So let's do it. Let's get started. Welcome again to Creative Live. We are here with Kelly Brown all the way from Brisbane, Australia, who is going to do a 3-day course on newborn posing. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There is one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. Cool thing is you can take Creative Live on the go with you. So it works, you can go to your iPad, your iPhone, Android-friendly device. Just go on over to the URL, type in creativelive.com/live. Anywhere you are this weekend, celebrating moms, you can take Kelly with you. All right, anywhere on the Creative Live website, you can easily get to that live page you see a Watch Live button up there on the top left. Sometimes we have multiple classes going at once, and you can hover over that and pick the class that you want to watch. But today we are just live here with Kelly Brown. Right underneath the video there, you can see that you can purchase anytime access to the workshop videos. We create those and turn them around as quickly as possible. So it's quick and easy to purchase the course right there from the website that you're watching live. What's really exciting, Kelly, is that we have seen a lot of people already purchasing this course because they know that it's going to be fantastic based upon seeing your work, perhaps already seeing you teach. So congratulations to those of you out there who know you don't have to take quite as many notes because you have those videos to watch later. So we did a lot of shout outs already from a ton of people who are in the chat rooms. And the way that you can join us there as well is to click on that button there that just says Chat Live with Class Participants. What happens then is it pops open a new window for you, and there are 3 tabs across the top. This is truly the best way for you guys out there to all interact with us here in our virtual classroom, but here with Kelly in Seattle. There are 3 tabs across the top. The first one is the Creative Live tab, and this is the room for you to ask your on-topic questions. I'm sorry, have your on-topic conversations. So there is a wealth of knowledge out there in our global audience, and you as well, in addition to learning from Kelly, can learn from each other. So have your on-topic conversations there in the Live tab. Secondly is the Creative Cues tab, and this is where we invite you to ask your questions for Kelly. Again, you have access to one of the most amazing newborn photographers over the next 3 days, and so we look forward to passing along your questions. We're going to be focusing on the questions around posing, around what we see Kelly doing, what she's teaching. So we will ask as many as we can when the time is right, when we're having those on-topic conversations. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge. Good morning, loungers. This is the chat room for all of you out there to build a Creative Live community. So in this room, you guys can just get to know each other, have fun, and keep it friendly. But again, this is the Community Lounge. So in addition to the chat rooms, you can also interact with us on Facebook and Twitter. So that is another pretty amazing thing about Creative Live, is that we are a social classroom. So head on over to facebook.com/creativelive. I think it was last week that we tipped over 70,000 strong, but we know there are so many more of you out there. So go on over to our Facebook page, ask your questions there, give us a like if you haven't already. On Twitter, we're using the hashtag #KellyBrownLive, just that full name, Kelly Brown Live, and so we'll be looking for your questions and comments on Twitter as well to pass along to Kelly. So for those of you that are new to Creative Live, let me tell you a little bit about how we work. Again, this is a 3-day course with Kelly Brown on newborn posing. And the way that it works is we try to reach as many people as possible as we can during our live events for free. We are here to raise the bar of education, specifically of the industry, specifically with this course. This is a very hard thing to learn. There is not a lot of education, certainly not a lot of free education, if any, out there on this particular topic of newborn posing. There's safety, there's so many things. It's kind of like a hidden gem as to how to learn about how to do this so well. And here we are presenting it to you for free over the next 3 days. We do rebroadcasts as well. So if you are asleep like Kelly's kids in Australia, or if you missed part of it because you're working today, you can join us in our free rewatch later today after the program, the live event ends. And then if you decide that this is really the direction that you're going with your business, if you want to learn this hidden art, there's so many intricacies, you can purchase the course videos for anytime access to those for $149, and again, an incredible value for 3 days with Kelly Brown. It gets better because during the live event, you can purchase the course for $99, and as I mentioned, we are already seeing so many people purchase this course already without seeing anything because they know what an amazing course it's going to be. So let's then take a look at the course page. If you haven't already, be sure to enroll for the course. We've got 3 days now, and you can get our email reminders and get little tidbits about what you may have missed in those reminders. So you can always enroll for free. Next to that is where you can also purchase the course directly from that course page. And this course page is also where you will watch the videos if you purchase anytime access. In addition to the videos, and Kelly will speak to this later, but there are additional bonus materials, posing guides and such that will come when you purchase the course. Once you purchase, and once those are completed, you'll be able to find those here on the course page. In addition, like I said, you can stream directly from our website, or you can download those videos to your computer. We have a low-res version of the full HD version. The low-res is great for your iPads to have those videos right there with you, so you're actually in a shoot. And then, of course, you can always stream directly on the Creative Live website. Okay, we have a number of contests going on. There are several different contests going on here to celebrate Mother's Day. And the first one is our traditional quote contest. So that takes place on Facebook and Twitter. You will see a green little box there that says Kelly Quote Contest. And what you're going to do is pop that open. You're going to listen for your favorite Kelly Brown quotes or tips, which I know there will be many. And you can enter that once per hour on Facebook, and we'll be giving away prizes over the next 3 days. We're looking for things that are fun, that are educational, inspirational. So pick out your favorite quotes and enter them there on Facebook. The second way that you can enter is on Twitter. And what you're going to do is, first of all, make sure that you are following Kelly. Her Twitter handle is up there on the screen. It's at KBS Little Pieces, which is the name of her business. So it's Kelly Brown's Little Pieces, but again, that short version. And you must include the course URL that you see there on the screen. So again, jot that down. That is how you search. That's how we search for the quotes. So you can go ahead and tweet away. You can enter as many times as you'd like. In addition to our quote contest, we are also having another contest, or we are working with Clickin' Moms, who is a big sponsor of this workshop and has gathered together most amazing prizes. Over $5,000 worth of prizes Clickin' Moms is giving away during these 3 days during this workshop. So go check out, you can see clickinmoms.com/CL. You can sign up to enter that contest. You just have to enter your information. It's really easy. And they also are doing a number of special offers, which is very cool. And you can see free day 10 trial membership, as well as saving 30% off. You can become a member. You can get a free version, digital version of their Click magazine, which I just love. They have an amazing website full of education and tips and so many things. So thank you, and a shout out to Clickin' Moms for making this an even more special Mother's Day weekend for us here. So again, I am so excited to bring you Kelly Brown. She is a renowned newborn photographer based in Brisbane, Australia, owner of Little Pieces Photography. If you have not been to her website, please go check her website out, maybe at the first break. No need to leave right now. She was the 2012 Australian AIPP Creative Photographer of the Year. She's won many awards, including at WPPI this year, beautiful, beautiful portraits. And she's an educator as well. So we've been waiting to do this workshop for a long time. Mother's Day weekend with newborn babies. It's just incredible. So please join me in giving Kelly Brown a huge Creative Live round of applause. Thank you, Kelly.
Wow, that's a big introduction. I was so nervous this morning. Yesterday I was fine. We came in, we shot, and that's what I love to do. So it was easy to do it. But today to stand here and talk, and I mean, I once won an award for being able to talk underwater when we swam. So I can talk, but the right words sometimes don't come easily. But just going back to what Kenna was saying about having this course on Creative Live and having it free and available to so many people. You know, in our industry, there's not a lot of regulation, so we have a lot of new photographers entering our industry, and they can't afford to go to workshops. So it's just a bonus. It's such an amazing thing to be able to give as much information as possible to not help those new photographers, but also lift the bar in our industry. So photographers across the world are just increasing every day with the quality of work that they're doing, and I want to help with that. So I'm really excited to be here, which is cool. Wow, my hands are shaking. So I want to talk a little bit about why I got into newborn photography. I started my business after my first baby was born, and she's nearly 10. So it's a long time ago. This is a picture I took nearly 7 years ago, and that is my husband and my 7-week-old twins. And they were 7 weeks old in this picture because they were born at just after 31 weeks and had to stay in hospital for 6.5 weeks. So I think it was at that point of spending all that time in a special care ward at a hospital surrounded by babies. I fell in love with watching them sleep, watching them breathe, watching them move, everything they do. And I learnt so much about babies and the environment that they come from, which is really important. So that is where my passion, my absolute passion for newborn photography came. But I'd actually photographed newborns before this image because I had worked in the wedding area and I had worked in the family portrait area, and my clients were having babies and coming to me, and I was petrified. I got really excited before a newborn session, but I was absolutely petrified because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand babies. I didn't know what they needed, and I didn't know how to make the environment that was good for a session. So I needed to learn it, and I was lucky enough to attend a workshop from an amazing American photographer who came to Australia, and I learnt a lot. And yeah, so that's where I started out. It's been an amazing ride ever since, and I love it. So 3 years ago, I decided to go into newborns full time, and it really suited my lifestyle. I have, Kenna mentioned, I have kids. So my oldest is nearly 10, and the twins are nearly 7. So they're at school, and I have a husband who, I wouldn't be a photographer without him. He's pretty much the one person that pushed me into it, probably because I was developing roll after roll of film and only getting 1 or 2 pictures in focus. So he was like, you need to study. You need to go and learn how to use that camera properly. So that's why I started my business. I started taking photos, and every photo I wanted to improve and just get better and better. So that I owe it all to him, which is pretty awesome. But he works away. He's only home every second weekend, so I can't work weekends anymore. I can't do weddings, I can't do family portraits because he's not there. And I have 3 pretty amazing reasons to want to be home on a weekend and spend time with them. So babies is where it comes into. Dads take 2 weeks off usually from work after their baby's born to spend time with the mum and their brand new baby. So they can come to my studio Monday to Friday between school hours. So it works perfectly for me. I start at about 9 o'clock in the morning after I drop my kids off from school, and my sessions start at 10, and then I'm done by 2 at the latest, and my day's over. My kids come home from school, they have my undivided attention, and then when they go to bed at night, I edit, because my husband's not home. And then on the weekends, I'm theirs. When my husband's home, we do everything together, so it fits my lifestyle perfectly. And it's just the best thing in the world to be able to have a home environment and a good balance between that and my business and still do really well. So I am proud to say I am a mum with a camera and I do pretty well. So this is where I got into newborn photography. So I put this up here because there are 370,000 babies born every day worldwide, and it grows every day. So there are more than enough babies for everybody to go around. Like, everybody has babies. Your wedding clients have babies. Your family portrait clients will eventually have more babies if they haven't taken precautions. Yeah, it's a good area to be in, but to know how to do it correctly and safely and offer our clients something that they want is really cool. And it's the most rewarding thing to see the look on your client's face when they finally see their images when they're finished. So it's a popular area of photography, and there's a lot of people wanting to do it. And I think that's amazing, because to work with these little people is so special. Anyway, so I was going to talk about wanting to come to Creative Live, but I've already done that. It's the best place in the world. I've watched so many amazing photographers on here. Sue Bryce from Australia is a dear friend of mine, so it's pretty cool to have watched her and just been in absolute awe of everything she's done on here, and especially for the photography industry. And to be sitting here today, it's quite surreal. So I'm very grateful. So every parent that comes into our studio with their baby, they're not looking for the most elaborate setup. I do some pretty elaborate setups, but that's not every setup from every session. They want to remember what their baby looks like at that point in time, and they want it captured. They want to capture the moment, they want to capture the emotion and the connection that they have with their baby at that time. So that's what we are employed to do. Not put them into dangerous positions, not put them into breakable objects, or not put them at risk just for the sake of us to get that shot. So I want to show over the next 3 days with 17 babies that are coming in to be photographed, which is pretty exciting. It's a record for me. And it'll be 20, including the 3 we did yesterday. But I want to share with you how easy it is to create a simple, beautiful portrait that your clients are going to love and they're going to want to put on their wall big, which is really cool. So, yeah, I just want to say that last year in 2012, I photographed 100 babies in my studio. I also, even though I do specialise in newborn photography, I actually have a couple of commercial clients that I do some work for, which is really awesome. So that's something else that I do on the side. But babies is #1 in my studio, so 100 babies. And my average sales are $1,100. Well, for 2012 they were. So that was my average sale. And I don't have a lot of overheads, which is amazing for my business. And, I reckon that's not bad for a mum with a camera who works Monday to Friday. I did all right last year. This year, I'm going to take it another step higher, and I'm really excited about what's going to happen. I've changed the way that I offer my products and my pricing, and I'm going to share all of that with you on day 2, I think that is. And yeah, but today we're going to cover posing on a bag in the next segment on my bean bags, which I've bought. I've bought so much stuff from home, and I've had so many amazing props and things for us to use bought in by people that work at Creative Live, and some amazing donations and props been given to us by some pretty cool people out there. So I'm excited to use those. Yeah, but let's move on. I've got so much to tell you and so much to share with you. So understanding babies and the environment that they come from is so important, and that's important to understand when you are creating your environment, and how important it is to keep your baby settled throughout a session so that you don't have to be in your studio for 4 hours with the baby. It doesn't have to take that long, and when our clients come to us, they're usually sleep deprived, no doubt about it, and if a mother has had to have a cesarean, they're usually very, very sore, and they have an amazing amount of hormones and feelings and everything that's going on. So they're not their normal everyday to day self. So when they come to us, we want to get that session done as quickly as possible. We want to create the perfect environment so that the baby stays nice and sleepy throughout that session. And we want to get them out as quickly as possible so they can go home and get some sleep. So learning and understanding where they come from, I did that when I was sitting in a special care ward for 6.5 weeks, surrounded by babies that needed so much attention. And I got to know the nurses and the midwives really well and ask as many questions as possible. But I've also had the opportunity to work with a pediatric physiotherapist who we've been able to talk about every pose and what you should and shouldn't do with babies, and what they are actually capable of. So I get a lot of people commenting on images, and especially something like this, and how babies can go into a position like that. I should point out, not every baby can do that. That baby was born breech, so that means that when it came out, its feet were up here. So it could go into that position quite naturally and quite comfortably because it had been like that for so long. But yeah, not every baby will go into every position. And what you see on the internet, on other photographers' websites and Facebook pages and things like that, they're their best images. Not every image from your session needs to be like what they're posting. They're not going to post their worst image. They're going to post their best image. And I do. I put my favorite best images from my sessions on my Facebook page because I want to get more traffic generated through my page and more information out there to people looking for a photographer. So it's important to understand that the images you see, that's their best image. Not every image looks like that, and not every baby will go into that position. So I just wanted to get that out. So understanding the environment they come from, which is the womb, 38 degrees in there, which is it's about 100, I think it's about 100 degrees, is it? Celsius, Fahrenheit? Is that right? Yeah. Conversion? I'm not sure. In Australia we do Celsius. But it's warm in there. And when they're born into the birthing suite and places like that, they have heating pads for them to go onto. And it's because at that age they can't regulate their body temperature like we can. So we have to protect them from the heat, and we have to protect them from the cold, because they can't do that themselves. So understanding that is really important for the environment that we're going to create. Their flexibility. So as an adult, we have 206 bones in our body. As a newborn, they have, I think it's like 270 plus bones, but it's soft cartilage. And that's so that they can move easily inside the womb in the last few weeks, especially when they're quite big and it gets quite tight. And if you've been pregnant, you know that feeling of, oh, I'm stretching and it's itchy and there's no room for that baby to move. So they are designed to fit into those tight spaces. Designed, that's a terrible word, isn't it? They are made, created. The soft cartilage in their bones, that develops into bones as they grow. So that's why it's important to get your newborn sessions done when they are newborns. I get a lot of clients coming to me with older babies, and they want They want their newborn, like they want their baby photos to look like newborn photos. So it's up to us to educate them and explain to them that, you know, an older baby won't go into those positions because their bones, their bones that were soft cartilage are developing into bones, and they're not as flexible as what they were. So yeah.
Kelly, can I just ask you
Yeah.
a quick question on what do you define then as that ideal period, and what is a older baby? As
Definitely.
You said, for
I mean,
newborns?
well, you saw that image of my twins. It's like they were 7 weeks old, but you can still get beautiful photos. But for a newborn session, to put them into these beautiful curly poses, that's usually under 2 weeks of age. But if a baby has been born quite early, prematurely, you can photograph them a little bit older. But I tend to stick between 6 to 10 on my information that I send my clients. But I usually photograph them under 2 weeks of age. And the 3 babies that we had here were all 14 days old yesterday, and they went into those poses absolutely beautifully. And I would never push them into anything. I always put them to where they're comfortable, and they move themselves. And if they move themselves, they're not comfortable where they are. So you can slightly encourage them into those positions, but it's important to read them and see where they are uncomfortable and not push them into something that's going to hurt them. And yeah, do them any damage. So yeah, they're designed basically to fit into that small space. So when we're posing them, we want to make them look nice and tight and nice and curly. Their hearing is intact in the 3rd trimester. So inside the womb, it's actually very noisy. I hear a lot of people say you have to be really quiet around babies, but you don't. Because it's so noisy in there. You know, they can hear the whooshing of the mum's blood in all of her major blood vessels running through her body, her digestive system every time she drinks, every time she chews, every time she swallows. They can hear all of that. And every time she speaks, it's actually much louder than when we're speaking, because it reverberates right through her body. So the sounds are constant in there, and it's comforting to them, which is really, really nice. And you know, they're moving. They're inside fluid. Their arms are free. I don't actually, I've got the arms held down in that particular image there, but that's because that is a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and it's easy for them to hold him while his arms are down. And believe it or not, he was awake in that photo, but he blinked. So he looks nice and sleepy. So I do photograph them when they're awake. But a lot of the times I will have their arms out, because they have them up near their face when they're inside, and trying to hold them down is restraining them, and it's not natural to them. So I like to put them, you know, where they're nice and comfortable, but keep them up near their face. So yeah, moving along. There's so much information to cover, and if you've got any questions, please ask, because we have a fair bit of time to talk about all this. So when I'm creating the environment in my studio, I have to make sure that it's nice and warm, but I don't want to overheat it. And it's really important because, like I said before, the babies can't regulate their body temperature. So we don't want to have it cold because they'll be uncomfortable and they won't want to, you know, they get chilly. And if you see photos of babies where their skin looks quite blotchy, you can see the blood under there, that's them trying to warm up. So to get that beautiful peachy skin tone, it's to make the room nice and warm and make them comfortable. So I have it set to about 28 degrees, and I found that works quite well for me. I think that's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit here. And yeah, I have that with like a pedestal heater that's about this big, and it has a thermostat on top of it. So it tells me what the temperature is in my studio at all times. If it goes up, I open a window or I open the curtain to my studio or something like that, and I let some cooler air in. So I'm always keeping an eye on that. And I found that temperature is good because it's quite a comfortable temperature for the parents. It's warm, like it gets warm in there, and when they're moving around, they start to get hot. But when they're sitting still, it's, you know, they're actually quite okay, and I'm always asking them how comfortable they are and if they need to step out for a breath of fresh air or something like that as well. So having that temperature in the studio and in the room, a constant temperature and something that's not going up and down, that will help keep your baby really settled as well and nice and sleepy. The noise I have playing, I have downloaded from iTunes white noise. So I just play that continually throughout. I have my mobile phone, or you could have it on your iPad. You could, you know, have it running through a system in your house, whichever works for you. But I have a mobile phone that sits near my bag, and the baby can hear it. It drowns out any talking or loud noise, especially if they come with a toddler and they have toys and they start dropping toys, but you'll find that most babies don't even react to that because they're used to it. But yeah, I have the white noise playing, and I also have a little heartbeat monitor, which I'll show you in a while, and it's just a little white box that I can turn on, and it kind of sounds like the heartbeat you hear when you have an ultrasound with your pregnancy. And I find that that works really well for me. And it was actually out of the back of a teddy bear that I got from Toys R Us. So for about $40. They're pretty easy to find. Don't ask me what the name of them are, but I got mine online.
Oh, people will ask what the name of them are. But you said that you could find that heartbeat monitor in a teddy bear,
yes,
right?
From Toys R Us.
From Toys R Us.
Yeah, and I bought my original one about 3.5 years ago, and it still works perfectly, but I have bought another one recently from Toys R Us online. So I just typed in heartbeat monitor teddy bear, and it came up. So if you search that, I'll try, if no one can find it, I will try in the next couple of days to get a link to that available if people want to know what that is.
I'm sure somebody out there can find it.
Yes.
Come on, Internet.
And they ship online, so they're available to everyone.
And can you tell us again what the app was that you use?
It's iTunes. So it's just, if you go to iTunes and type in white noise, it'll come up with it's just like static noise on the TV channel. But it was funny because when we brought our twins home from hospital, it's so noisy inside the hospital. You don't realise how loud it is in there with the hustle and bustle of nurses and doctors and machines beeping and things going off. And I had these perfect babies. They slept all day in that hospital. They woke up to be fed, changed, they slept. I got them home and they didn't sleep at all. But it was so quiet, and I made that mistake of trying to put them down and make everything really, really quiet. So I actually put the vacuum cleaner on in the next room and closed the door just until they went to sleep, and it worked a treat.
Oh, smart. Very smart. And I've got Juliana Diaz is saying, I've already seen a photographer using a hair dryer to keep a baby warm. What do you think about that?
I don't know. If it's not blowing on the baby.
Right. Maybe the noise.
The noise, definitely, but I think some hair dryers have a button where you can make it cool so it's not hot. So I suppose that would be all right if the hairdryer is not going to overheat and blow up or short out a circuit or something like that. Exactly. So you don't want to put anything, near your baby. And I know that some people put heating pads on their bean bags. In winter, if you need to do something like that, I would recommend getting a couple of hot water bottles and just to heat up your pad, not hot, because you don't want to startle that baby. Like you want it to be just a nice even temperature, similar to what the temperature in the room is, so that when you move that hot water bottle and you put the baby down, it's not going to be like a cold little space for you to put your baby down, or an overly hot heated space either. So it's pretty, when you test the milk in a bottle, test the temperature that's next to your baby. And like I was saying before, with the heaters that I have in my studio, the one with the thermostat, it's not near where I'm working. It's there to heat the room, and then I will have a smaller space heater about this big, and I will have it relatively close to my baby, but it's important not to have it blowing directly on your baby, because if you sit too long in front of a heater, it's going to get hot. So that baby's skin's going to get hot, and it's going to go red, and it's going to get uncomfortable. So have it close, but not blowing directly on the baby, because you just don't want to run the risk of burning them or overheating them as well, because they'll become unsettled and harder for you to work with. Because the whole idea of this is to get a nice flowing session that's over as quickly as possible, so those parents can go home and get some sleep. So having the mum and dad as comfortable as possible in the studio is really important, because their energy goes through to the baby. When they're holding the baby will sense if they're not being, if there's something's not right. If the mother's unsettled, the baby's going to be unsettled. And if that baby needs feeding and the mother is really anxious and really nervous, she's not going to sit and relax and feed her baby properly. So it's really important to make them feel welcome, make them feel comfortable, make sure they have everything that they need. And Kenna was saying that I have that ability to connect. Everybody has that ability to connect. If we understand where they're coming from and what's going on in their world, I mean, if you've all had babies, not everyone has, but if you have, you know a little bit about how they're feeling, which is not great. Especially some people feel amazing after they've had a baby, which is awesome, but a lot of people don't, and we need to understand to make them feel nice and comfortable throughout the session. And I don't offer tea and coffee in my studio because I don't want to bring hot drinks into my studio. I think, especially if they have a toddler and they get bumped and it goes somewhere or on the baby, I've seen that happen at a friend's house, so I don't want to do that in my studio. But I tell them to bring a water bottle, and if they haven't, I offer water. So, but if they're hungry, I always, well, it's funny because I've got into the habit of telling them to bring a snack in case they get hungry. Because if you're breastfeeding, your appetite increases and you need to keep up your fluids and you need to eat regularly. And if you're there for 2 to 3 hours, at least bring a snack so that you're not getting hungry. I think that's kind of important. And I don't have the time if I'm in the middle of working with that baby to jump out and you know, put biscuits on a plate and things like that. So, and plus, you never know who has an allergy, which is really important. So I don't want to go preparing food, which is more of my time, and which is valuable. Everyone's time is valuable. And so I just tell them to bring a snack in case they get hungry. And plus, you never know what they feel like. They're going to bring their favourite food. And I encourage them to sit and eat that while I'm working, which is pretty cool. And that makes them relax a little bit more. Yeah, so that's all about creating the right environment, the heat, the noise, making sure that the parents are comfortable, they have somewhere to sit, that they have everything that they need. And yeah, that's pretty much it with all of that sort of stuff that's going on. But moving on to, on from that, which is keeping in line, is the equipment I use in my studio. So this is my little space. I have a home studio, and which is perfect for me because of my family situation. I don't have to go off-site to work, and it's nice and comfortable. And it's actually pretty cool inviting people into my home. Some people don't do that, which is fine. I mean, everybody's different, so we all do what fits best. But I love the fact that people come into my home and when the minute they walk through the door where my office is, they can see all my images on the wall and they get excited about it. So I can welcome them in and make them feel at home, which puts them at ease as well. And they can come into my studio where it's really warm. I have a change table to the left, which is the best thing in the world. So the minute they come in, I'm like, puppy baby up onto the change table, you know, do we need to feed? Is he hungry? Is he been fed? All of those things, and we get started pretty much straight away. So I have 2 seats for them to sit on, which are nice and comfortable, and I have all my props and my blankets and everything visible for them. And then I have a massive window, which is southeast facing, and that's in my, you know, my location of the world, so it's perfect for me. It doesn't have direct sunlight, but it has beautiful soft light which flows through, and I don't have anything on the outside of that's going to bounce light. I mean, I have a wall, a grey wall, but I don't have any colour casts coming from anything that's outside that window, so that's really important as well. It's just a very neutral, natural light that flows through. And I have a sheer curtain that's over there which helps diffuse that light to make it really, really soft. And when I'm setting up my bag and my backdrop stand, I angle it slightly towards the light, because what I want to do is have it on a 45-degree angle. We'll have the baby on a 45-degree angle for that light, purely, you know, to get that beautiful soft lighting across the face to define all the little features that the parents want to remember. And then opposite my bag, I have like a little timber flooring section and a little timber, it's called a wood ply panel, and I've just stained that with some lacquer. I think in total it cost about $20. It was really cheap. And my flooring, the dark flooring, is just vinyl flooring. So I got that from a company in Australia called Harvey Norman, and it's just it's vinyl timber flooring that sticks together. It's got a sticky back, and I can move it. Apparently you can drive a truck over it, you can't damage it. But if the baby decides to go to the toilet, I can clean it up very easily. It doesn't absorb into any canvas backdrops or anything like that, so it's really good. Underneath my bag I have some more timber flooring, and that's from IKEA. And that was about $40 in Australia for a box, and that's one box. So it's really good to be able to have a couple of different options for backdrops, and they're cheap options as well. I have a basket which has all my wraps and small blankets, which I can just grab quite easily, and I have a little stool to sit on, and that's for me. And that's a great place because I can get down. I'm not above my clients when they're sitting. I'm down and I'm on a nice level with them that I can talk comfortably and easily with them, and I'm at a really good height for my beanbag. And not only do we have to consider the safety of the baby and the safety of the parents, we also have to look out for ourselves. I have some back issues, so I have to make sure that I'm comfortable throughout the session as well, which is really important. I'm not bending over and at the end of the day I can't walk, but I have somewhere comfortable to sit and work. I also have, it's a bit hard to see, but a pile of white cloth nappies, and I use those to prop my babies up from underneath, and they're also perfect if the baby goes to the toilet to grab and clean it up without making too much of a big deal out of it. I get a lot of parents in that feel terrible when their baby goes to the toilet, and they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But I just don't make a big deal out of it. I clean it up as quickly as possible, put it to the side, because I don't want them feeling uncomfortable or worrying about having to jump up with wet wipes and things like that, even though some of them do. So, but I also have some polystyrene boards. If you have watched any of Sue Bryce's course, she uses the polystyrene reflectors, and I got that tip from her. And they work beautifully in there. So my large one is for when I'm doing the parents and the families, and I can just bounce light. It just rests up against my chairs or the wall, and I can just bounce the light back in on my mums and dads and family shots, which is great. And behind it, I have a smaller one about this big, and I can just rest it against my backdrop stand when I'm working on my bag, or with a prop for the baby to bounce some light in if I need it. And the mums and dads are in there, and they can move around easily with me and help me, and they like to actually get involved in the session. It feels like they're doing something, because you know, when you bring a baby home, you're a flat chat, you're busy, you're washing, you're doing a million things. It's very hard to sit still, so when they come into here, they're forced to sit still, and it's really weird for them. Some will fall asleep, some won't. Yes?
A quick question. For lighting, you photograph through most of the day and you're in the same spot. Do you find that you have adequate lighting throughout the day?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, deal.
Even on an overcast day, I actually have beautiful soft light in there. And I shoot with a Canon 5D Mark III, sorry, and I can bump the ISO up to about 1,000 in there and still get amazing images. But the light is so beautiful and so soft, I shoot from 10 to 1 pretty much, and that's the perfect time. I wouldn't have a client come at 1 o'clock in the day and shoot, because then I would be losing light, but for that period of time, 10 to 1, it's perfect. So I do recommend, you know, if you have a space to do your sessions in, work out the best time of day that the light is in there, and that's when you should organise and arrange your sessions for them. So you have to do what fits and what works best for you. So 10 o'clock is the perfect time for me, because it gives me enough time after I drop my kids off from school to get set up before my clients arrive, and start the session and have the session finish with enough light and enough time to go get my kids from school. So that's how I've done it, because it fits perfectly with my situation. So, but yeah, having the reflector works really well when I am losing light as well, because, you know, and the walls are a very light stony colour, and the ceiling's white, the floor's white, so that light just bounces around in there, and it's really beautiful. And on this end, I have, I was going to put in French doors with glass, and that you could open and close, but at the moment I have rubber-backed white curtains which keep the heat in. So they just open and close, and I put them together in the centre throughout the session. And I'm sort of tempted to keep them now, because kids can come and go easily through them. They don't have to open and close a door, and nothing slams. And yeah, I just find that seems to work really well for me. So and the rubber-backed white curtains also bounce light back into the studio, which is perfect because it's white and any surface is reflective. So another important thing when I am working in there, I always wear very neutral coloured clothing. This is probably not something I would wear during a session at home. I'd probably be dressed a little bit more comfortably with some stretchy pants, and I would wear white, grey, black or a beige colour, very neutral tones, because if I'm going to wear a bright red top, it's going to throw colour onto my subject. So I have to be very mindful of what is around me and what's bouncing and throwing colour. Yes, but...
Kelly, we've got a question here from one of the chat rooms. GenCore1 wants to know if you ever go to the client's home to do a photo session, or do you always work in your home studio?
Excellent question, excellent question. I used to. Before I had this setup, I used to travel to clients' homes and I would load everything into my car and I would go there, and I had to find... first of all, I would communicate with that particular client as much as possible to find out if they had a space that was suitable to heat and had natural light window. I have used artificial lights in the past with other areas of photography. I know how to use them. I don't like them on baby skin. I think that it blows all their features out and leaves very little detail. And the noise is, you know, it's just actually another factor that I don't need to worry about in a session, and all my attention can be on the baby. So and that's why I like natural light. So I would communicate with the client as much as possible about their environment and if they had a space available. But at times it was really hard. I would turn up to clients' homes and I would set my beanbag up on their bed in their bedroom because it was the only room that had light that I could heat. So yes, I have had to go to people's homes, and I admire any photographer that still does it because it's hard work lugging everything from your studio into the car, unpacking it, setting it up, and it's quite time consuming because at times I would have to drive 30, 40 minutes away, even up to an hour at times, to a client's home. And because I had to be back to get my kids from school, it meant I had less time that I could dedicate for that session. So being able to find a small space, and this is not a large space, this is very small space, but it's all I need, and it's comfortable. So being able to have that space is not only easier for me, but it's easier for the client, because I also found when I went to people's homes that the poor mother who's sleep deprived because their baby's been awake all night feeding, would be up really early in the morning cleaning her house before I got there and doing her hair and doing her makeup, and I'd get there and the baby would be sound asleep. And she'd be rushing around cleaning and making sure everything was perfect. And because you know what it's like when you have someone come into your home, you run around at the last minute doing a quick tidy up, and that's the last thing they need to be doing if they've had a baby, and especially a cesarean.
So Kelly, you are flooding me with memories and some nightmares because some of you may not know that I was building a business around babies and bellies, and which I'm not doing anymore. But I didn't have a space in my home to set something up, and so I thought, well, this is great. I'll just go to people's homes, and everything you just described is what I experienced. And but the lighting being something that was most challenging.
Yes.
I think I set up in the bathroom once because that was the best light as well.
Yeah, and even if you did use artificial light, having to lug not only your bag, your backdrop stands, all your props, all your blankets, everything that you need for a session, you would have to take artificial lighting along with you and set that up. So it's hard going to people's other homes.
It's hard, but what do you recommend that, or are there other things that you recommend for people
who, I think that if
like
that's,
me, didn't have a space in
if
their
you
home?
don't have a space, that's pretty much what you have to do.
Right.
And I've only been lucky enough to have this space for the last 2 years, well, 2.5 years. So I'm so grateful to have built a home that I can allow an area. The front of my home was, we designed the house perfectly for my business. And because I work from home, and we needed it to fit with our family and our children and make sure I was there for them all the time whenever they needed me. So we made sure that I had a space at the front, which is my office, and the next room is my little studio, and then I have a toilet right next door to that with a little basin. So I have everything I need for my clients right there at the front of my house, and they don't have to come into the rest of my house. I actually have a friend back home in Australia, and she actually convinced her husband to turn their master bedroom, because it had an ensuite bathroom, into her studio. And they moved themselves into a smaller bedroom. And you know what? They just did whatever they had to do to make that work, obviously, because that's what she does for work. So she needed to do that.
Kelly, we have another question
yeah,
that's
yeah,
related.
Yeah, go for it.
Jerry Bangston via Facebook wants to know about if you have suggestions for keeping the baby warm when you're doing a shoot in their home rather than in your studio. What are some ways that you can make sure that temperature stays up?
Oh, well, definitely being able to find a space that you can heat in their home, preferably with a door. I have had to do a shoot in a room that had an open doorway that I couldn't close, and it was very hard to regulate the temperature in there. I had the heaters going and the heat was escaping, and if someone opened a door to outside, the cold air would come in, so it was really hard. But usually there is a bedroom or a room in their house that has doors that they can close, and if they can be closed, definitely. But taking like a heater that has a thermostat, or buying a thermostat so you can keep an eye on the temperature, I would recommend that, definitely.
Okay, that's great.
And just on that, a question came in that was, do you still try to keep that at 80 degrees? Is that the target number that you said?
Usually around 28 degrees Celsius, so I don't know, maybe Google convert to definitely get that right temperature. But I have found that works perfectly for me. I'm quite comfortable working in that temperature, and the baby seems to sleep quite well in that temperature, and the parents don't get too overheated. But if they, you know, you have to read them as well. If they say they're getting too hot, ask them to step out and get a breath of fresh air. Or with the window, they can go outside and watch from outside, which is also really nice as well. I can open up one panel of that sheer curtain. So,
right. Thank you.
Yay. But yeah, I'm sort of moving along here. Please ask some questions.
Oh, we have more questions.
Yes, go for it. Please go for it, because questions are good, because then that makes I'm answering what people need to know.
We can take one from the studio.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. In terms of preparing the parents for the session, whether they're on location in their home or whether they're coming to you, what do you tell them? You know, you mentioned earlier, you know, bring a drink and something to eat, but what about how to prepare the baby?
I don't like to tell them what to do with their baby. I don't really think I have a right to give advice for their baby, because we're all different. We're all going to raise our children differently. We're all going to do things differently. I don't want to tell people, I'm not an advocate for one particular thing. You do what's best for you and your baby. So I don't like to tell them, you know, make sure you do this with your baby. You should bath them, you should massage them, you should make sure they're fed before they come, all of those things. I don't want to tell them to do that, because they've already got enough pressure on them getting themselves dressed and out the door. And it's usually when you're just about to walk out the door that you have to change a nappy or something like that. So putting as little pressure on them about the session, I find has worked comfortably for me, and I can work with them. So when they get to the studio, I ask them, you know, how are we going? I find out I obviously already know what the baby's name is. Some babies come and they don't have a name, but I will use the baby's name and ask them if he's due for a feed, if he's had a feed, how far have they travelled? How long has it taken them to get here? Because, you know, obviously babies need to eat regularly. So I have the chairs there. I give them the space to feed their baby. And that way, I'm ready to go as soon as that baby's finished feeding. If it's sound asleep when it arrives, we'll start straight away. But if that baby's hungry, it gives me an opportunity then to sit with the client and find out exactly what they like and what they want. We're going to talk a little bit more about that on day 3 with an actual couple who are going to come in. And I'm going to pretty much go through with them in front of everyone what I would do in a normal situation with them and how I get them involved in the session. So we can talk a little bit about that now, but I'll cover it a bit more deeply. I like to know what sort of decor they have in their home. I like to know what images of mine they've seen that they really, really like. I like to know just a little bit more about their style. I have so many different clients that come to me, and some will come to me because they live near me. they've found out that I'm a baby photographer and I live in their area, it's convenient for them to come to me. Some will come to me because they love my style. Some will come to me because they trust that I've been doing this a long time. So they all come to me with different needs. So the person who comes to me that lives around the corner might not necessarily like my style, but I am the most convenient baby photographer, so I have to find out what she wants and give that to her. I'm not going to set up, hang on, let's look at a picture on a wall, something, you know, with a timber crate that's quite vintage for someone who doesn't particularly like that style. I will get clients that come in that want everything very minimalistic. They love black and white, so we'll concentrate on setups that look great in black and white. I ask them if they like headbands. I ask them if they like hats. All those things that we can contribute into a session, and I have to give them what they want because they're paying me. And if I just go ahead with a session and do all the things that I love, that I find creatively and aesthetically pleasing to me, and if they don't like it, they're not going to buy it. So it's up to me as a professional photographer to find out what they want and give them what they want, because I want them to buy every image from their gallery. So I think that's really, really important.
We have another question in the audience.
This might be a little bit off topic, but what happens on the day of the shoot if, say, the baby shows up and they're just having a horrible morning? Do you reschedule?
No, never. I've only ever rescheduled one session, and that was about 4 years ago. And I went back the next day and the baby was still really unsettled. There was actually something going on there that they had to go and see their pediatrician about. But I find of just giving them time, like they're probably a little bit unsettled for a reason. A baby only cries for a reason. It's not until they're a little bit older that they realise that when they cry they're actually going to get something. So a newborn is crying for a reason. Either they're hungry, they're overtired, they can get overstimulated, and purely by the parents getting up in the morning and getting ready to come to the session. But there could be a number of reasons. The mother could have eaten something and they're breastfeeding and it could have gone through them. I had one lady have 3 mangoes for breakfast, and that poor and the baby a few hours later was feeding, and she said, "Oh my God, I haven't had mangoes." So I don't know really if that's going to affect the baby, but there is a reason that they're unsettled. So giving them time to sit in the studio, time to relax, talking to them like this, finding out what they want, and you can see the parents start to relax. And you will see the baby start to relax. And we'll go through, we'll undress the baby, we'll make sure if the baby's hungry that it's fed, all of those things, but we'll take the time to make sure that they do settle down and get what they need.
And then while you're settling the baby down, do you stay with the parents or do you leave for a while, give the parents some alone time?
Yep. I will bring them into the studio when they first arrive and say, "This is it, come on in," because some of them haven't been there. I get a lot of clients coming back to me, but for people that haven't been into my studio before, they think it's really quite cool to walk in there and see everything, and they're like, "Oh my God, look at all your stuff." So I'll stay in there with them for about 5-10 minutes and talk to them about whether or not their child has been fed. Ask them to undress their baby, leave their nappy between their legs, just loosely done up so it's not going to have marks on the skin, and put a wrap around their baby, encourage them to sit down. "Can I get you a cold drink of water?" "No, I have my drink bottle," "That's fine." And then I give them 5 minutes. I say, "I'm going to go and get all my stuff. I'm going to wash my hands." I always tell them I'm going to wash my hands, and I do wash my hands. And people find that very comforting, knowing that I'm actually going to lengths to make sure that my environment is clean and hygienic, and I'm very aware of passing on germs and things like that. That also puts them at ease. So them knowing that I'm doing all of that also gives them time in that room to really have a good look around, take a breath of fresh air and sit down and relax. So creating that space and giving them enough space to relax is really important. But if I'm going to be constantly in their face and fussing around them, it's probably going to make them a little bit more anxious. So taking a step back and reading them definitely is an idea. Yeah.
Just a quick question about that. So are you only scheduling one newborn a day?
Yes.
Okay, so you have that 3 hours in case things don't run smooth. And
definitely.
then do you ever schedule more than one a day?
I have, but it was only because I was going away in March last year and I had a heap of babies born late. So when I do book a session with a client, I take a tentative due date from them. So I write that in my diary, and then after that I allow 2 weeks for that session, and I won't book in any more than 3 to 4 newborn sessions a week. So I can shoot 5 days of the week, well I can work 5 days of the week, but I need an extra day to run around doing print orders, you know, doing all the other aspects of the business as well. So, because so much is involved in running a business, as you know. So you need that extra day to do all of that, so I'm not doing that on the weekends. So 3 to 4 sessions I would max book in my studio for the week, and only 1 a day. And I would allocate that time, but prior to coming away, I had a babies born like a week overdue, and I had to try and squeeze them all in before I left. So yeah, I had two in one day, which wasn't ideal, but the first baby was perfect and slept the entire time, so it meant I got that session done quickly and going to do a fast turnaround.
So yeah, I have a question. Before you, the parents comes into the studio, do you pick out your props and colors and blankets, or
no,
do you do it while they are there?
Yeah, so I have everything set up exactly like this, and what I was saying before is finding out as much about my clients as possible and what they like and what their decor and everything is like at home, and if there's anything they've seen. I get an idea of the colours that they like, and yeah, I ask them what they like. I use the colours that they like. I will style the session, but I find out, you know, they can see all my blankets hanging, like you can see them all hanging here, and they can pick which colours they like. They can, I usually pick 2 blankets for each client, so I'll do a change on the bean bag with the backdrop stand, and then I'll probably choose probably 3 props. Let them choose 3 props that they like, and if they're choosing things where I would position the baby very similar in them, I will help and say, oh, well, we're kind of positioning the baby on their back, you know, in 2 of these props. Would you like to try something a little bit different? And yeah, so I will help encourage them and say, oh, well, have you seen this yet? And pull it out. But another really great tool for that is I actually have an album in my studio which has all my images in it, because while they can see them there on the shelf, it's very hard for them to visualise what they're going to look like in the photos. So showing them some of my photos, if they haven't been or had the time to go through my galleries on my websites or my blogs or things like that, they can actually sit and go, oh, I really like this one, or I really like that, and I love how you've put this together, can we do that? So I'm talking to them constantly about that. But no, I don't pick out the colours or the props, because I used to do that. And I would get really excited about a setup that I would be creating, and I'd have it all perfectly, and they didn't like it. And they're not going to buy it if they don't like it. So I still get to be creative with putting everything together and styling that setup, but I've got their input. I'm not using colours they don't like. I'm not using props they don't like. And I fill my studio with things I love. I'm not going to go and buy things I don't like. So they have to choose from everything that's in there that I love. So I want to use all of that stuff. I think it's great. I occasionally will buy something new and it will sit there and I'll be looking at it while they're choosing. I'm like, please pick that, please. And they don't pick it. I'm like, I really want to use that prop. But I do actually occasionally get friends that come with their babies that'll give me a little bit of free range. And then I will get clients that come in and say, do whatever you want. I love everything. And that's pretty cool. But I still get their input. And I'll be doing it, and I'll get out a variety of hats and go, I love these 3, which one do you love? And they'll pick one. And I'll go, okay. But you will get people that will tell you everything they want, and then you'll get people that will, I don't know, you pick whatever you want, which is fine. You can do that. So fill your studio with props and colours and things that you love that fit your style and your brand, because trying to put, you know, a million things in your studio, it's not you. So people come to me for so many different reasons, but I have enough stuff in there that I love to use that I can satisfy their needs.
Kelly, I have so many questions coming in from the internet. It's incredible.
Because we have time, because I've been speaking so fast.
You're not. It's incredible, but I think we can actually keep moving. We still have time, and we'll get to many questions, but let's keep going with your slides.
Oh, goodness. Oh, well, I'm pretty much on my last slide.
Okay.
Until we start working with, we've got 2 babies coming in for the next segment, and we're going to start working with our beanbag and our prop. We're going on from talking about choosing and selecting props and colours for a session. You know, this next few days, I will pretty much do what I like. I'm going to throw some stuff together. I think it's really exciting being able to play with some new props and things like that. I wasn't able to bring everything with me, but there's so many things over there I can't wait to use and test out, which is really cool. But on the 3rd day, when we have a family come in, I'm going to ask them, I'm going to get them to choose and talk about that process that I do with my clients in my studio. So, but the reason I do all of that, I've covered it lightly, is that when I'm putting the images into a gallery, so I actually do online selling, I don't do in-person sales. Purely because of my home situation. Of a nighttime, that's my time with my children, and I can't have clients come back to my house when I've got 2 6-year-olds running around that are hungry or playing, or a 9-year-old that's practicing the piano or doing her homework. So I need to do what's right for me at the time. In-person sales are amazing if you can do them. They're excellent. But I and set up to do online sales, and I can do that quite easily with them. So they know with the information that I send them when they very first contact me by email. I'm usually asked for my price list and what's usually involved in a newborn session. So I will send them my price list and then a big list of information about the session. So it tells them how long the session goes for, where the session is held. It tells them a big yes.
No, this is great.
Yes.
I would love to have you walk through that client experience with your clients, in terms of, you've just started with the, how do people first contact you? What specifically is in that email that you send people?
Yeah, so when
we have questions about, when do you do the pre-consultation? So just kind of that
okay, cool.
flow.
So my actual when I do marketing, products and pricing, I will show you the information that I send them. But I'll just tell you now that when they do contact me, so the majority of the time, people contact me via the internet. I don't often get phone calls, probably because everyone's time limited these days. Everyone has such busy lives. They work, they have families. So most people just send you a quick email asking a little bit about you and basically for your pricing. They find me via Google. I ask every single one of my clients how they found me, and it's always via the internet. We'll talk a little bit about that in marketing, products and pricing on day 2. But when they email me, they ask for the pricing. I send them an email back. It has an attachment with session information. It tells them when they should book their newborn session, which is while they're pregnant, not after, because I have limited spaces available. It tells them the age that I prefer to photograph babies. It tells them I have a studio full of props to choose from, so they don't have to bring their own, because I get asked that question, believe it or not. People ask, do they have to bring their own hats, and because they've seen the pictures and things. It tells them how long the session will go for, and it just gives them as much information about it as possible so that they're prepared for it. It tells them what to wear during their session. I like to keep everything very simple, and I tell them to dress comfortably and to wear something cool without any large patterns or logos on their shirts that can be distracting to the baby in the images. So yeah, that's pretty much an overview of that information that I send them, and then they will contact me back with their due date and say, yeah, we would love to book you. So I'll say, great. I have a session fee, which is their deposit, and they pay that, and which books their session. Occasionally I will have, I don't have on there that it's non-refundable, because I think it's a little bit unfair if something happens to their baby. It's very unpredictable what's going to happen during pregnancy, because if they book me early on, you never know what can happen down the track. It's really hard to know all those things. So, I can take a deposit for their session, which is their session fee, but if something happens, I'm more than happy to give that back, because I can fill those sessions and those spots quite easily. And so yeah, then we book a tentative date in my diary. I write in my diary their name and that they're due, and then I know that I'm going to be booking them in the next sort of 2 weeks, hopefully. And it tells them to contact me as soon as they get home from hospital. So some people contact me the day they've had their baby, very excited. Oh my God, we've just had a baby. And some people will wait till they get home and they've settled in. It all depends on them and their experience at the time, because everyone's different, and their birthing experience is really different as well. So yeah, once they've contacted me, I've got those spots available because I've already allocated that time, and I figure out what day is perfect for them, and it's always at 10 o'clock. But I always say to them, don't rush, give or take, because you never know what's going to happen when you're walking out the door, and I don't want to rush them here. I don't want them to feel panicked, and I just encourage them, you know, the session is at 10 o'clock, but whenever you get there. And that way they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. We don't have to be there at 10 o'clock, so it's good. It's all about starting off that relationship with the client and making sure that you understand the situation they're in, and that they feel comfortable as well and nice and relaxed, because it helps with the session. So yeah, then they arrive on their session day. We bring them into the studio like we were saying before. We talk about whether the baby has been fed or not. It's all really, really relaxed. And then we get started. If they have to feed their baby, that's when we will talk about the prop choice, the colours that we'll pick, and we'll start from there. If they're having trouble picking the props, I always start with the beanbag in my studio, because it's something that it's quite big, and I can get it out of there once we're finished using it and make enough room for everything else. If there's a toddler, I usually like to photograph them straight up at the beginning of the session, because they lose interest pretty quickly. And then they can go and play. So they can play out in the hallway, they can play in my office with one of the parents. I have a TV set up, they can watch TV. A lot of them bring iPads and sit on the floor, which is great. I've even had parents bring 2 cars, so that once the toddler section has finished, then the dad and the toddler can leave. We can do those sibling shots, we can do the family shots at the beginning of the session. But a lot of the times they will stay, and there's a park just around the corner that they can go to and things like that as well. So having options available for them is really important as well. Have I missed anything?
We have so many questions.
We do.
Please fire away.
I have one here regarding the scheduling, since you covered when you generally schedule with the parents. Yep. But what happens about rescheduling? If they need to reschedule, or if you need to reschedule, or do you reschedule if one of your own children at home is sick?
Yes, and I have had to do that, because it's important not to have a sick child at home who's contagious, and have a family with, say, a toddler and a newborn come into that environment. And it actually says that in my session information, that if your child is unwell at all, please let me know, because it is best to reschedule. So yes, I will. And in those situations, I may be forced to photograph babies when they're a little bit older, but that's okay. You go with what, you have to go with the flow. When it comes to my children being sick, usually it's a cold or a tummy bug or something like that, and because I don't book every day that week, I have those other days available, which are good to reschedule them into. So I try to reschedule as quickly as possible, but if my children are sick, I would definitely not have a family with a baby come into my home.
Definitely.
Yep.
And that tends to go well with the parents. They understand that, of course.
Yes, and making sure that, and I ring them, and on occasions I've been sick, and I've had to ring them and say, look, I'm so sorry, and I feel absolutely terrible, but I would feel worse if I was to pass on something that I have to you and your baby. So, and they really appreciate that.
Yeah.
We have a question in the audience.
Yeah.
I actually have 2 questions.
Go for it.
About your curtain that you diffuse the light with, on a very dark and cloudy day, do you ever open them?
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. Yeah, so they can just be pushed to the side.
Okay. And the other question, your space is so small, like what lens do you shoot with?
Oh, good question, because I forgot to cover that before. So I shoot with a Canon 5D Mark III. I said it wrong again. Canon's going to hate me. They're not even sponsoring me. But a lot of newborn photographers will shoot with a 50mm lens. I actually shoot with a 24-70, which gives me a really good focal range. For safety reasons as well as size. But I always try to shoot, especially if I'm on an angle to the baby when it's on the bag or something like that, around 50 mil, because I'm not going to distort anything. The wider I go to say, 24, 35 mil, I'm going to start distorting what's close to the camera. So I will try and keep it around 50 mil, but if I'm shooting on a level focal plane, so if I'm shooting down on a baby in a prop, I will zoom right out so I can fit that whole prop in, but it's level. I'm not going to distort anything too much if I'm directly above it. I'm nice and tall as well, which is good, but it gives me that convenience of being able to shoot in a smaller space. And when I'm shooting a prop on the timber background, I finish with the bag so I can bring that out and I can get back up against that wall, and it's perfect. And I've shot so many things in there. I've shot families of 5 in there, which is amazing. And I will just bring things out of my studio. But yes, having the 24-70 gives me the ability to also zoom in really close to get those beautiful eyelash shots, the little fine details, the fingers, the toes, all of those things that the parents want to remember. So I love that lens. It's my go-to lens for pretty much everything. And it's a 2.8 lens, so it allows me to shoot really wide open to get that beautiful soft background, but to focus right on that eye line, which is nice.
Kelly, we have, again, so many questions coming in, but wanted to talk a little bit more about lighting and then about props, because
yes.
Props people want to know. So we have several people who are talking about they live in a dark area, dark, stormy area. Weather can be variable, but they also want to do natural light shooting. So
do you know,
what else?
Yeah, I've actually thought, because Brisbane is meant to be this sunny, beautiful city. We live in Queensland. It's called sunny Queensland, but it's been raining so much. It's flooded twice in the past few years, and it just seems to rain all the time. Every weekend my husband comes home from work, it's raining, and I think he secretly likes it, so he doesn't have to mow the lawn. But anyway, so I have been stuck in situations where I can't light my studio the way I want to, and I really have to bump up my ISO, which is not ideal, but my camera can handle it, so it's good. But not everybody has a camera that can handle that situation. And I have been thinking about investing in a daylight light. So it's a continuous light, a bit like what's above us now, that are daylight cameras, and lights. And you can have those, say, in a corner of your studio, like a window, and you can position your baby and everything towards that light. And you can diffuse it with a box, everything. So I've actually been considering in investing in a daylight light. And I know there's a company in Australia called Dragon Image, and they actually sell them, and they will come with 4 bars or 8 bars, I think. But there's 2 different types, and they're around $400, which is a great investment for your business, really, to have that light source, because it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's move on to props, because we have so many questions about props. Let's start with Sandra, who wants to know, how do you choose your fabrics and your blankets, and are there any particular kinds of fabrics that you would lean toward or stay away from?
Okay, anything that's scratchy and itchy I wouldn't use. But I go for all of the backdrops that I use on my beanbag and my backdrop stand. They're actually throws that you can buy in a homeware store, like throw rugs that you put on your lounge and things like that. And I find they have the greatest variety of colours and textures and knits and things like that. There are some amazing online stores that sell backdrop fabrics purposely for what we do, which is great. I find some of them quite expensive. I actually went to a shop down the road here 2 days ago, and I bought 3 new blankets in great colours, and they're beautiful and soft, and they're just simple, and they were $24 each. So that's pretty cheap for a backdrop that I can use over and over again and wash on a gentle cycle. So I think going to fabric stores and finding nice textured fabrics in colours is a good idea. You can buy it by the metre that way, so it's big enough to go over your bag and have as a backdrop. But when it comes to choosing the patterns and the textures, I probably don't go overboard. I'm a bit of a less is best. I don't like a lot of bright colours. I love natural colours and tones and things like that. I do like to throw a little bit of colour in there, but not an over amount. But everyone's style is different, and everyone's eye is attracted to different things. I tend to go with what appeals to me most, not what someone else has. And I think that's why my business works so well. When I go into a shop, I'm not going to buy that, or I'm not going to order something online just because someone else has it. I'm going to go into a shop and I go, oh, I love that colour, I love that texture, it's so soft, that would look great with a baby on it. I'm going to buy it because I like it and that fits my style. But anything with large things stuck on it, I think can be distracting to the baby because it's all about the baby. The parents don't want a photograph of their baby on a massive blanket that has all these patterns and distracting elements to it. So unless it's something they've brought with them to the session and want it included, or they love. So yeah, it's all about finding out what they want and yeah.
Further on that.
Oh, I didn't answer the prop bit, but the actual props that you put the baby in.
Oh, sure, we can talk about that.
So when I choose things like everything that's on those shelves over there, I look for items that are obviously large enough to put a baby in, that are solid, that are not going to break, and that fit with my style. So I've obviously got a very sort of vintagey thing going on in my studio. So everyone tells me I love antique props, anything that looks used or damaged in some way but is still solid enough to put a baby in. And the important thing when you are choosing a prop for a baby is that obviously for safety reasons, the sturdiness of it and the size of it. So yeah, I always look at the size. I would never buy something too small and try and force a baby into it. I do have a couple of smaller props at home, and while I look at it and go, wow, I'd love to put a baby in it like this, a baby's never going to fit in it like that, so I have to use it another way. So it would all depend on the way you position the baby in the prop as well.
And we saw that yesterday in one of the pre-shoots I was asking you about why you chose the certain basket and the sizes of the baskets, and we have so many beautiful baskets that we'll be seeing you interact with all these props based upon
definitely.
Based upon the
and I chose that basket as well, which I didn't say yesterday, is because we had the 2-year-old. It was something he could sit next to. So, and it was at the same height as him when he was sitting. So because I wanted that photo, I wanted his face to be close to the baby's face. So choosing it and keeping that in mind was really important as well.
We have another question about props. How do you handle parents who come with props of their own?
Yep.
Does that happen a lot?
It happens. I had a lady come with a very large pram and she set it up in my house, and we did photograph the baby in that it looked very small, but it was very important to her. So, and she bought that image. So it's what the clients want to do. She did actually bring a lot of other things. I think she made about 4 or 5 trips to her car, but they're going to bring, and I have people that bring clothes. I don't necessarily photograph babies in clothes. I use wraps, and there are some lovely knitted little outfits that are going around on the internet now you can buy for newborn sessions, which are absolutely adorable. But when it comes to photographing babies in the clothing that they're wearing, or when they're bringing special outfits, that's something they can do. If someone has knitted or sewn an outfit for their baby, it's not really something I do, and I tell them that. So, and it actually says in my session information about the clothing situation that I do photograph babies without their clothes, because I want them to see what their baby looks like. You know, from the minute it was born, it was naked. I want them to see all those little wrinkles, everything that's so cute about a baby. You know, all the little details.
I don't want to cover.
I don't want to
change.
Exactly, change so fast. You know, a 2-week-old baby does not look like a 1-day-old baby. They change so fast, and when you're putting them in clothes, you're covering up all those details, and yeah, very rarely do outfits fit babies properly.
Right. But that all comes back to, like you said earlier, that pre-consultation, the educating the clients,
giving them everything they need to know,
knowing what to expect, because especially if it's their first baby, they don't know.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So let's get to some little practical things. Vale Fucci, hey Vale, and Cassandra are both asking about washing the props. So do you wash the props between sessions after they've been used but haven't been soiled? And do you tell your clients that so they know that everything is clean?
Yep. And that usually comes out during the session. So if a baby actually sort of, is being inside a prop or something like that and decides to go to the toilet at that time, it's all right. I wash all of these at the end of every session. I tell them that. So I'm always talking to them about that. My white cloth nappies, if they are not used and still folded in the corner, they stay there. But anything I use in that session that the baby is on top of, I will wash. And I wash them on a gentle cycle with a wool wash, or I can use a stain remover if I need to. But as for little hats and headbands and things like that, unless they have been soiled, I don't tend to wash those because they're on only for a couple of seconds on their head and things like that.
Do you have one particular prop that you find clients go to again and again and again?
I do. It's a nest.
Biggest hit?
Yes, it's a nest, and everyone asks me where I got it from, and my girlfriend made it. She's so clever, she made it. But there are some companies online that do sell newborn nests. If you go to Etsy, which is an amazing place to find props and bits and pieces for anything, but especially newborn photographers, and just type in newborn nest, it will come up with quite a few varieties of nests. There's so many different ones, but you'll find one that you like.
And speaking of Etsy, we actually are going to be using, is it on the third day that we're going to be using a prop?
Yes, we're going to be using this amazing little boat. So this is something that has been generously given to us by Mr. and Mrs. and Co. It's an Etsy store online, and I can't wait to use it. We're going to set that up with a little baby boy on day 3, and we're also giving it away to someone online.
So yeah, I mean, Etsy, amazing place for resources.
I'm blown away by the generosity of some people. It's amazing.
And are we going to see you use in the next segment the bean bags? We have a lot of people asking about where you get them, how that works.
Okay, so I have 2 bean bags here with me, so I can use both. I normally only have one set up in my studio, and the brown one there you can find at a company called shootbaby.com. And they're also on Facebook, so jump on, because she also does on her Facebook page, she promotes other photographers. It's a great place for some inspiration and ways to use that bag as well. And there is a company in the UK called the Newborn Posing Pod, I think it is, and they also sell them. But yeah, if you just Google newborn posing bag, bean bag and things like that, you'll come up with a good variety of places to purchase them from. But I started out with a normal bean bag that you would have in your lounge room, and it's a teardrop shape. So what I used to do is push all the beans to the bottom and twist the top of it and clamp it, turn it upside down, and I'd have a nice flat surface to pose the baby on. So that's a great option if you're not able to get one of these bags straight away. But the flat surface on it is what I love about it, because it's a nice even surface to put the baby on, and it's safe.
And how many setups do you generally do? We have a question about that with the props. How many times do you change them out throughout the shoot, or does it vary depending on the baby?
Yeah, well, with the bean bag, when I start with that, I will do probably 2 different blankets. Like, I will use 2 different blankets, so I'll change that halfway through. And then with the props, I will say use the 3 different props. But when I'm working with the bag, I have a bit of a flow. So I don't often go into a session with like a massive plan, like I'm going to use this, this, and this, and this, because obviously I need to discuss that with my clients. But when I'm using the bag, I always start with the baby, which I'll show you in the next segment, on its back, and then I will flow, and this is how I keep them settled without having to move them too much and overstimulate them. I will move them from their back onto their side, and then onto their tummy, and then bring them around to the front. So I'm getting 4 really good different poses with minimal movements, and I can shoot each of those setups from at least 3 different angles, and I could fill a gallery just with those 4 different poses, and they're all different images, and that's what I want to do. I don't want to fill my client's gallery with a heap of images that look the same, because they're going to get confused. I fill their gallery with 20 images from my session, possibly more, but I aim for 20 images in a session and 20 different amazing images that they need to buy. So being able to have a good variety in what you're doing, but keeping in mind you don't want to overstimulate the baby, you don't want to upset them by moving them too much. I can make, like, you'll see how I flow through that without having to disturb the baby too much.
I'm really excited to see that. And by the way, we have a mom feeding right now, and the baby is getting ready, so we're excited for after the break for shooting. But I think that was, for me, when I first started, I don't think I didn't understand that flow and how important is it to do certain poses first in order to get that baby. I mean, is that something that you are primarily focused on? I'm more focused on keeping that baby as settled as possible. So that's what I need to do, is keep the baby nice and comfortable and settled throughout the session without having to, do one setup on a bag and put it into a prop and then put it back onto the bag. I want to get that flow and get the most out of that bean bag while the baby's on there in minimal amount of time. Yeah. So in a session at home, I would move quite quickly with the beanbag section if the baby's nice and settled, because once that baby is asleep, I will go so fast. And I'm still talking to the clients. In a workshop environment and in an environment like this, I'm going to be talking, so the process will seem quite slow, but it's only because I'm explaining everything I'm doing and showing you how I do it. But in my session, it would move very quickly. And I think we saw that yesterday when once it was ready to go, you took your shots and you were done. That was very impressive.
It really was.
Yes.
We also saw yesterday there was another child there in the session, an older sibling. But we have a question here about managing expectations of the rest of the family, whether it's the parents or other siblings being photographed as well. Yeah. How do you generally approach that and then manage their expectations if it's not quite what you have generally do?
I think I understand what they're asking about the parents wanting those images with the children.
Sure.
Yesterday, our bonus material, what I was kind of hoping was that the toddler wouldn't cooperate. He actually did. And I was going to show that there are situations where the toddler doesn't want to be anywhere near me and my big black camera because they don't know what it is. And they're not necessarily interested in that new baby that's come in and taken over all the attention. So we have to be careful in those situations because those parents want an image of their children together. So what I was planning on doing yesterday, if the toddler wasn't interested in being in the shot, was taking an image of the baby in the basket, and then I would take the baby out of that basket. And then I would perhaps put a toy inside the basket. I would encourage him just gradually and carefully to come and sit next to that basket, take a shot of him with the basket. I could put those two photos together in Photoshop. So there's always a way around a situation, but to move slowly with the children and not to be too much in their face because they're in a new environment, and a 2-year-old in a new environment, they think it's a massive playground. Like, they're excited to be there, but they can also be very withdrawn and shy. So it's important to read them and not push too much with that. And with the parent shots, if I finish the toddler shot or something, like if I'm doing that at the time, and that child is still interested in what I'm doing and not wanting to cry or run off or play or be distracted in some other way, I'll get the parent shot or the family shot of them all together right there and then while that child's still interested. If we attempt it and they don't want to be a part of it, it's all right, we'll come back to that. Let's move on. Let's not waste time trying to get that shot when they don't want to be a part of it. So I'll move on to the next thing, because if that baby's sleeping while the toddler's running around and not wanting to be a part of it, I want to focus on that baby and get as much out of that baby while it's asleep. And we'll come back to that baby, the toddler.
Fantastic. Well, I'm getting reports. I love that when here on Creative Live we like to crash websites. And so when you mention something, everybody goes and finds that website. So the Shoot Baby and Dragon images is apparently being overloaded. So thanks, everyone.
Well, I should also mention that if you're going to drag an image to find a light, my backdrop stand is also from Dragon Image. And I'll talk a little bit about my choice of backdrop stand in the next section when we're setting up. But that's also from Dragon Image, and it's called a Light Pro, I think around $250 Australian.
Great, thank you. Well, needless to say, the internet is going wild about this session already and is chomping at the bit to start to see the babies and everyone. Like you said, we've got the baby behind the scenes is getting ready to go, feeding and etc. We are going to take our first 20-minute break.
I can't believe that's over.
And so, Kelly, tell us more specifics about this. What we're going to learn in this in this first shooting session.
Okay, great. We're going to set the bag up. I'm going to show you how I set it up. So to make sure we have a nice smooth background, we're going to start with the baby on its back, where they're going to flow onto the side and then onto the tummy, and I'm going to go through that flow of positioning and how to get those different angles for the different images for your gallery. So everything about the posing bag is what we're going to do next, and I'll answer any questions you have about that.
Great. We have had just such a great morning. There's so much information that you've given us so far. We got to hear about your studio schedule and the way that you run your day, how it fits your family's lifestyle, and the way that you've built this business to really fit you, which I think is impressive and inspirational for every photographer out there in the world who is really building their business. The whole point is to make it work for you and for your life and for your creative life. So that was fantastic to know. We got to understand the way you approach newborn babies, how the environment they have just come from is really, really the core to how you set up your studio, the warmth, the sounds. I loved all those details because it just makes sense. It's so common sense, but I think a lot of people don't do it. So to see the way that you set everything up is pretty remarkable. Making parents comfortable, interacting with them before the sessions, managing expectations, working with other children. Such great information for every photographer. And as well as understanding your equipment and your props. That's such a big part of newborn photography. So that was really fantastic to learn, and I know we'll learn so much more as you do all the shoots over the next 3 days. As you know, we saw yesterday just a tiny sneak preview, watching you in action with the baby, with the parents, with all of the fabrics and materials and props you use is just remarkable.
That was a ton in an hour and a half, so packing it in. I love it. I love it. So everybody, we're going to take that first 20-minute break, and we'll see you back then. Welcome back to Creative Live, everyone. We are so excited. We have 2-week-old Hunter Rose here, about to be photographed by Kelly for our first shoot. So before we get going, we are going to give away our first prize of the day, and that prize is a Triple Scoop song, a 1-song gift certificate. That's a $60 prize.
Yep.
And who's going to win that?
Well, the lucky winner today for the Triple Scoop prize is Erica Parrish. She entered on Facebook, and the quote that she entered with was, "Create the perfect environment for the baby to stay sleepy, mama to be comfortable, and the session to be quick to accommodate the family. Heat plus noise plus comfortable parents equals great environment."
I love it.
Totally agree.
Little winning formula there. So everybody, we have not just this quote contest going on. There's a Click and Mom contest that they are running right now, as well as Creative Live has been running a cutest baby photo contest, and my, are they cute. Go to Creative Live's Facebook page and you can enter the contest. There's still time to enter this contest of your cutest baby photo. You can also vote on the entries that are already there. So spread the word about this contest. And all the details on all 3 of those contests can be found at creativelive.com/blog. And there's a full post. That first post tells you about how you can enter to win in all of those spots. So with that, Kelly Brown, over to you and Hunter Rose.
Hi. During the break, we started to heat the studio up, so it's now about 77 degrees Fahrenheit in here, which is really nice and warm. And little Hunter is sound asleep over here, so we're just getting ready. But before I actually take Hunter from her mum, I'm going to set my bag up and I'm going to explain why I do that the way I do it, to get a really nice smooth backdrop on my beanbag. I'm not going to clamp it up to the backdrop to start with, because I'm going to get a beautiful shot of Hunter on her back with a wrap around her, but I'm going to layer it the way I do in my studio at home. So I have lots of spare blankets here, I would probably use 4 to 5 blankets to layer my bag with. And it's just so, well, I'll show you in a minute. Let me just quickly throw these on. We have such amazing natural light here with all of these windows to work with today and tomorrow and the next day. Okay, these are just my old blankets. So I used to actually use these as backdrops in my studio. And I also, I just saw a question on Facebook. I had a quick look. And I'm so amazed at the amount of questions that are coming in. They're awesome. But someone asked about the size of my throws and my blankets that I use. And they're pretty much just the size that you would buy in a shop. So they're not large, but I'm going to show you how I put them widthways to clamp onto my backdrop to make it nice and smooth and firm for when the baby's on there. This is my waterproof one, and then I'm just going to put another one over the top, and then we'll choose our backdrop from over here that we're going to use during this little session with Hunter. So obviously we have limited time. I've pushed down in the middle to make a well so that when I put her on her back in the middle, in that well, she's actually going to have a little bit of support on her. If I was to lay her onto a flat, hard surface, she's going to startle and her arms and legs are going to go flying out, and she's going to become unsettled or awake or something like that. So what we want to do is create a nice round little sort of well in the middle for her to go into, and it's going to support her arms and legs and keep them in nice and tight. I've already spoken to Hunter's mum, and she likes all the browns and the neutral colours, so we're going to go with something really, really simple with this. And because I'm not going to clamp it up now, but because I want to clamp it up when I'm finished with this setup, I'm just going to see, you can see how I go widthways, it actually fits across the width of my stand. So I'll just lay it down on the backdrop so that it's easy to clamp up when she's on there and I don't have to lift her off. And pull it nice and smooth. I am a bit fanatical about smooth blankets, so you'll see me smoothing it a lot. I'm sorry. But there, that's a nice smooth background for her to go under. And the reason I put so many blankets on when I'm layering my beanbag is that when I put my cloth nappies under to support the baby and to prop the baby up, if I put it under the first layer, you can see it, and then you have to do a lot of work in Photoshop to fix that, to hide it. So what I do is I put it all the way under the bottom layer of my blankets, and it creates a lift, but you can't see it because it's smoothed over by the amount of blankets that are on top of it. So that's why I put quite a few blankets under there. But we will come back to that. So now we're ready for our baby. I'm going to use a wrap. So here's my basket that I talked about before with all my different pieces of fabric and knitted squares that I use when I'm wrapping them. I have so many favourite suppliers for wraps and things like that in Australia and here in the States, but obviously in Australia because it's quicker to get them to me, postage. And this one here is from a company called Brand New Babe, and she has the most amazing, delicate knit wraps. So when I do wrap a baby and I place it down, I'm not going to wrap it around and around and around. I'm going to put the baby on top of the wrap and just gently fold it in around the baby so that when I'm finished with the wrap, I can just peel it off and I'm not having to disturb the baby too much. So you'll see how I do that. Oh, she's so cute. Okay, I'm going to keep this blanket just for a minute until I put her down. So just lean back into my hand. Take her, and I'm going to put my hand in under her bottom. She's got her nappy on nice and loosely. Hi, she smells so good. So you can see the light is on my left-hand side here. I'm going to turn my white noise and everything on in a minute when I put her down. I probably should have done that before, but she's so cute. And we're going to pop her down and let her settle into a nice position with a blanket on top of her, and then we'll start to position her. So I'm just going to peel it back. So she's on her back, but I'm just going to gently turn her to her side. And I'm keeping my hand on top of her arm and her leg. There you go. So her arms and legs don't come flying out. So I'm just going to carefully pull back the nappy. These little sticky sides are the worst. She's just pushing against my hand there with her leg. So. So this is my mobile phone that I'm just going to pop some white noise on with. And this is my little heartbeat monitor that comes out of the back of a teddy bear. Just turning that away so it's not directly blowing on her. Oh, it's always nice to have that nappy off. So I'm just going to fold her little legs up, and she's kind of done that herself. We're going to bring this arm up, and with the wrap, I'm going to bring it in around her to keep her arms and her legs in place, and then I'm just going to tuck it in underneath her. So that when we take this off, we can just peel it back and move on to the next position. It's holding her in place, but it's not wrapped around and around and around her. So when we take it off, I'm not going to unsettle her too much. When I'm doing any setup on a bag and in a prop, I will take a safe shot. So if the baby is slightly unsettled or moving or something like that, I will always get a shot of my setup, even if I have to fine tune it. Because if I'm continually fiddling with a baby that's a little bit, a little bit awake, if I continually move them, they're gonna wake up and I'm not gonna get anything. So I need to get a safe shot, and that way I can go back and fine tune it. And if they wake up, I've got a shot. So I call that my safe shot. So I'm just pushing underneath here. I'm not putting the what do you call them? Cloth nappy? I'm not putting it under her, but I'm just putting it around her to support her arms and legs. What we're going to do now is just turn her head upwards so her face is up towards the light. I want this bottom hand to stay on the mat. So I've actually, if you can see, I have my little finger on her hand, and I want to keep that hand there, but I'm using my other fingers on her head, and I'm going to turn her head with those fingers that keep her hand in place with my little finger. It's a bit tricky, but I found that by putting a little bit of pressure on something that you want to stay put when she's having a stretch. And then just a gentle rock back into that position. And we've managed, while she was moving, to turn her face upwards so we can see it. No, we can't really. She's got a hand above it. But we'll bring that down in a second. I think when a baby puts its hands into a place that it feels comfortable with, I think that's so sweet and so cute. It's so natural. Can someone pass me my camera? So when I'm shooting above a baby, whether it's on the bag or in a prop, I always put my camera strap around my neck, because if I was to drop my camera on top of a baby, it's heavy. So it's just not worth it. And with this particular lens, I can put it between my legs and go back to positioning the baby, and it's nice and secure. Get it? So I've shot directly above. I've come in close for a nice close-up, which the parents love. And what I'm going to do is, because this light is hitting her beautifully, I'm going to come in from the side. I'm happy with that. I could go on and I could continually move hands and legs and things like that, but I think they're beautiful photos that their mum and dad are going to love. So from here, I'm going to, because she's nice and sleepy and I want her to sink into that sleep, I'm going to peg my backdrop up to the bottom, and then I'm going to come and move her into position. So these little clamps that I'm using, they're actually just from a hardware store, and I bought a pack of 10 for $10. And they're so good to hold the blanket on, and they came in different sizes. I'm not quite sure where you would get them here, but I'm sure they'd be available somewhere. So I pull it nice and tight across the back. But to get it nice and smooth across here, these legs are perfect for it. If you don't have a backdrop stand and you're in somebody's home, you can use their dining room chairs and then put other objects around the blanket to pull it nice and smooth. I've even noticed that there's a photographer that's designed a backdrop stand for a beanbag, And I mean, they're perfect. I'm not sure what they're called or who did it, but someone might know. So by doing this and paying particular attention to my backdrop stand, I don't have to worry in post-production about too much smoothing of my blankets. I do smooth them, but I don't have to worry too much about it because I've got no sort of visible crinkles or anything in the background. Okay, so every time I do a setup and I use props underneath the blankets, like with my cloth nappies, I move them out. But I always put my hand in under first to support the baby. I don't just yank it out so the baby sort of gets startled. And then we'll just sort of gradually lower that blanket back into position. So from here, I'm going to actually turn her and lay her on her side so she's facing up, her little face is facing up towards the light. I'm actually going to stand over here in your way. So I'm going to put my hand in underneath her shoulder and her legs and just gradually turn her onto her side like this. So this wrap is still underneath her, but what we can do is just peel it out from underneath. You could use another wrap. I'm going to use the same wrap because I have it, and we're going to try and cover as much as we can today. But to give the clients a variety in their images, I would recommend changing the colour. Okay, so she looks so cute there. But what I'm going to do is lift her head up gently, and I'm going to place her hands up underneath her head there. And that way it'll also bring her chin forward so we can see it a bit better for the photo. I don't want her legs to move, so I'm just resting my wrist gently on her knees there. Okay, so that comes a bit down. Her hands, she's got her fists, but that's okay because we can come back and we can adjust her little fingers. And even if we don't get all of the fingers like that, we can at least get the ones that are visible out so it will look nice and comfortable to the eye. So what I'm going to do is, because she's on a bit of a sort of a slope, I'm actually going to lift her up a little bit from the end here. And I'm going to slide my hand at the bottom layer in underneath her legs and lift them with my hand first before I put the prop in. Because if I just go pushing the prop in, I'm going to push her backwards, which is not what we want. Give her little face a little bit of a lift there. But what I want to do first is just adjust some of those fingers, because if I lift her, I'm sort of pushing her into a position where I'm against her muscles and things like that. So I want to fix her fingers before I lift her. when they move, it's good to move with them. And just you can see I'm gently rocking her, which is kind of distracting for what she's actually doing. And we have nice smooth fingers under there. So again, to lift her up, I'm sliding my hand in underneath her head. I'm going to lift her with my hand and then put the prop in underneath her head. Underneath my hand, sorry. Okay, I'm just fine-tuning all the little fingers and details. If I had a hand out here in front of her or a foot sticking out, and because I'm shooting wide open, that hand or that foot will become quite blurry when I'm focusing on the eye line. So I want it in a nice smooth line. If you can feel them starting to push back against your hand when you're positioning them, just softly put your hand on that area of the baby and they will relax into that position. Okay. So I'm coming in at an angle where the head is actually closest to my lens. And I'm focusing on the eye line. If I come in from this angle, her feet are going to be closer to my lens. And even though I'm shooting at 50 mil, they will look bigger in the image than her head, and they'll be blurry as well. So I want to soften those and come in from this angle. And from here I can shoot above as well. So I'm going to move her now onto her tummy, and then we're going to bring our next baby in. So I'm going to pull these blankets back out and lower her gently down so I don't startle her. Okay, so for this I'm not going to use a wrap, it's just going to be all her. This particular pose I'm going to do is what some people call the bum up in the air pose. So you've just got straight legs here. When they're doing that, if you just grab hold of their big toe and bend it, you're going to break that pattern and they'll lose that. It's not hurting them or anything, it's just breaking the pattern. I learnt that off a very good friend. So peeling the wrap off, to replace the wrap, I'm actually putting my fingers there so her arms and legs don't come flying out. So I'm going to turn the bottom half first, and she's done it again. So I'm just bending those toes to bend the legs. And I'm going to roll her gently onto her tummy. And cross those feet over. So with this particular pose, she's got her hands pretty much up in here like this at the moment. I want to bring this bottom hand out to the back of her so that she's on her side and this hand here is out the back. That's to prevent her from rolling backwards. If it's under here, she could roll quite easily, but if it's here, it's actually going to support her. So I'm just going to pull this arm out. And keep her elbows in nice and close. With this pose, I like to keep the elbow and the knee as close together as possible, depending on the flexibility of the baby. So I would get the baby into position first before I go lifting and propping the baby up from either end with my props from underneath. Because if once you've got them propped and you try moving them, you're going to overextend them. So I'm just going to gradually, because our light source is over here, I'm actually going to move her bottom half this way, so we're going more towards that 45 angle of light. So underneath her shin bones here at the back, where I'm just gradually sliding my fingers underneath. And she's getting comfortable. I'm just going to turn her bottom half around. She's so cute, isn't she? Look at this. Is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen? And you can see her toes, you'll be able to see her face, you'll be able to see her hand. I love this image. I mean, I love all images, but this is pretty cute. So now to keep her in that, she's going to get herself comfortable, which is fine. I'm going to come back around and I'm just going to pull that hand out and I'm going to put a prop in here behind her so that she doesn't roll backwards. So again, my hand is underneath first, and it's more going in behind to stop her from moving backwards. And we'll adjust that again in a minute, but that's just so while I'm positioning her fingers. So I'm going to push the front of the beanbag down. This is why beanbags are so awesome, because you can sort of push and mold with pressure. So I'm going to slide my hand in underneath her head and just pull her hand out gently because it's gone in underneath her. And by also having that hand underneath it, once it's in here, the head goes down. Once you bring that hand up under the face, it actually lifts the face, and we want to see the face. So now I'm going to start lifting her from both ends, just gradually to where she's comfortable with. Some babies don't like to arch their backs at all. They're more rounded, which would suit the taco pose, which is up on the wall. I don't know how they got their names. So my hand is going in underneath her head and I'm just going to gently lift her up. So we already have one prop at the back there. We'll slide another one in here underneath her bottom. You could use a wrap here, a beanie, anything to give variety to your images. Just going to adjust her back legs again because she's getting herself into position here. So this back knee has come in under. I'm just going to sort of guide it back out towards the back there. So if you can see a foot getting red or purple at all, you want to move that baby. Just adjust them slightly, get the circulation going back in that area. Okay, we're pretty much ready to take the photo. Oops. But I'm just going to lift her chin there, just a little bit. So I'm just going to push my prop gently up underneath her face. Can you see that? Just lifting her face just a little bit, because that's what we want to see. She's gradually pulling that hand in back underneath her face there. So just a gentle little rock to relax her back into that. And we're going to take this shot. So again, I'm coming in at this angle so it's nice and flat along here. There's my exposure. So now I'm just going to compose this image. I'm going to give her a little bit of background above. Focus on the eye that's always closest to the camera. My hands are shaking. And nice and centered. This, you could continue to fine tune this and adjust her little legs again, but I'm going to move along because we've got limited time. But I'm just going to get a couple more shots. Side profile because she's so beautiful. And I would come in because I noticed that little Hunter has the most adorable eyelashes, so I'm going to come in really close and get an eyelash shot just here before I finish up. And I love it from this particular angle with the light hitting it, because I'm going to get her cheek and her shoulder, and in the background a couple of those little rolls. So when I crop that in nice and tight in Photoshop, that's going to give me a beautiful little eyelash shot. Right, we are done with little Hunter. So we did 3 basic poses, from her back to her side to her tummy. From here with the next baby, I'm actually going to come and bring, if I was still working with Hunter, I would bring her front around to here and move her back towards the back, and then bring her little hands up into a pose like this one here in the middle. Blanket.
Kelly, that was just incredible to watch.
All right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, amazing.
Everyone online is mesmerized. As we switch out the babies, just so you know, we have about half an hour, a little bit less than half an hour left. And wondering if you want to take a couple of questions.
Yes, definitely.
As once Trudy has little Hunter Rose. How are you guys doing out there? Nodding heads.
Look at that.
All right, so let's take a first question.
Great. We have one question who they're wondering about using a spotter or an assistant while you're shooting. You obviously take so much care with supporting the baby and making sure she's really stable. Do you ever have another person helping you?
Not in this situation. My spotters are actually my parents. So the parents are always nice and close to me. When I'm working on the bag, I'm there. If I need anything that's not close to my bag and I can't reach it, I will get one of the parents to pass it to me. But I'm sitting right there in front of that baby. If it moves, I put it in the middle of the bag. It can't roll off the bag. I use my props in underneath the baby to make sure that it can't roll anyway. You could see that I put the prop in behind to make sure she didn't roll backwards. So I am going to precautions to make sure that that baby doesn't move. And I'm not going to get up and walk away and leave the baby laying there. So I'm always like within arm's reach to the child while it's on the actual beanbag. When I'm working with props though, I will always have a spotter next to the prop that the baby's in, because that's a completely different situation, and we're going to cover that this afternoon.
Great. Well, I think we're ready to go with baby number 2.
I'm going to. Can I quickly change blankets so we
yeah,
can get
please,
a variety?
Please. Just let us know what you're doing.
Another question while I'm doing it.
Okay, we can do that. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, we do. If you can grab a mic.
Do you have a color that you like?
Kelly, it was a little hard to tell from this angle, but when you were saying you wanted to, no, I didn't mean like that. But when you were shooting on a plane straight on, so the baby was turned and you were turned, you were shooting straight on the baby?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and then when you push the padding underneath, a lot of times you said you're pushing it against the baby, not underneath, or?
Oh, at the back, I was putting it against the baby so it wouldn't roll back. I wasn't trying to lift the baby. I was just trying to prevent the baby from sort of moving backwards and rolling out of position. So a lot of the times the props that the cloth nappies that I use are to keep the baby in position, not necessarily to lift the baby into position.
Okay, so you're not usually lifting.
Yeah, but with that pose, I was lifting, and a lot of the time I will lift, but the majority of the time I'm putting something there to keep the baby nice and secure, especially when it's in behind, so that they're not gonna feel like they're rolling. They need to feel secure the whole time. Go for it. No.
Another question, just while you finish that up. From Joseph Kilgus, do you find working without a pacifier to be more difficult to keep a baby comfortable? So are there pacifier situations?
Yes, if they're babies, if there are babies in the studio that are constantly wanting to suck or feed, I can recognize that. I had a baby that was addicted to a pacifier of my own, but I'll ask them if they use one. If they don't, it's none of my business. So. But if they have it, I'll use it. Okay, so I'm going to go back to a flat or a well in the middle, but take all my props out from underneath. So we're starting with a nice fresh background. Okay, what is her name again? Taylor. Oh, she's tiny. Look at her. So I'm just going to take Taylor's nappy off again, and then we'll get started. I like to hold the babies in this particular position, and if I was trying to settle them, this is how I would hold them and rock them back and forth, because it's easy for me to put them down. And if I have a baby that's continually wanting to be fed, that's not necessarily hungry, I would never hold it in my arms and rock them sort of that way, because that's in a position that they're used to being fed in. She is out to it. Okay. So ideally with this particular, if we'd continued to work with Hunter, I would have brought her around to the front, but I'm going to put Taylor down into that position that I would have continued to flow with. And because she's going onto her tummy with her arms up, I'm just going to move my fingers onto her and just gently roll her in my hands so it's easy to put her down. Okay, so I want her legs to come out the back here. If it was a baby that really wanted to keep the legs up underneath them, I would continue into that particular pose. But she's kind of relaxed here, so I'm going to push her legs out the back. And just gently roll her. Oh, she's doing it for me. Roll her onto her tummy. By folding their legs up underneath them, it sort of stops them from kicking out. So what I did was I just lifted and pulled that elbow through, and her arms are already up into place. So it's perfect. So you can see with that safety reason and having them on the bag without needing a spotter, I'm here, I'm right here. She's in the middle of the bag. It's nice and welled in the middle so she can't topple out. But if their legs aren't tucked in up underneath them, they can launch themselves forward from this position. So it's a really good idea to always be in front of them if their legs aren't tucked up in. Now, if you have a look in that brown basket next to you and pick out a little cream hat that's got a little lacy, yes, that one. I would love to use that. So we're going to put a bonnet on her. And this is by a company, this particular hat by a company called Monkey Moo Moo. And her props, her knit props are absolutely adorable. So I'm going to get down nice and low with her. I want to put the beanie on before I lift her into position, but I just want to pull her hands out first. So just using my fingers to gently lift her head there and pull that hand out. She's got one hand down lower than the other. There we go, she's going to have a stretch. And while she's stretching, I'm going to position her hands. So when they move, move with them. Okay, so we're going to tie this little bonnet in underneath her chin. It's so cute. Now, I often get a lot of comments on photos about how I should mention that, oh, hang on. I get a lot of comments on photos about the size of babies' heads, and people don't realise that the baby's head equates to 25% of their body weight at birth. So they are actually bigger than you know, any other part of their body, except for the spine, obviously. But so it is quite heavy, and it's quite large. So I'm not lifting her, but I'm just putting a little prop in here underneath just to support her head while I tie up the bonnet. So all of these little things that I'm doing are to keep her settled, keep her comfortable, keep her sleeping, and keep her supported the whole time. How delicate is that? Okay, so we're going to eventually bring her head back around here, but I'm going to pull this out now because my hands are free to support her head. But it was just while I was tying that bonnet. And if you've got a baby in an environment that's sort of still unsettled, use one of your wraps or cloth nappies just to put over their back while you're positioning them. And it'll keep them feeling just a little bit more secure. So I'm just taking the weight of her head in my hand, and I'm gently just going to move it back towards the top of her fingers here, like this. And now I'm going to start lifting her. Whoops. There we go. It's just a big stretcher. So you can see my hands didn't actually leave her head or her arm the whole way through that. So she's not changing her position drastically, but because I'm guiding her back down into position with my hands. So I've still got my hand on her head. I'm going to slide my other hand in underneath the blanket to take the weight of that head and keep her in position. Now I'm going to gently lift her with my props. So it's important with this one, when you're bringing them forward like that, to give them enough height in there to lift them up and to also support their elbows. So we're going to do slight little adjustments here to get her comfortable into this position. She keeps going back into the other position, so she's obviously more comfortable there. And we'll see where we can get her to, so we can bring her face to the front. I'm just pulling her elbow forward. I've got my fingers at the back of her elbow. And I'm just going to turn her head and rest it up on that back arm. And when I'm lifting the head, it's important not to put your fingers or any pressure on the actual top of their skull where it's open. The bones aren't together yet, or on the temples. But the bones on the side of the head are quite strong. So that's where I tend to let the weight of the head go on my fingers. Position my fingers so yeah, the weight of the head is on there. Oh, look at those lips. So we're gradually getting there. I'm going to pull these little fingers out here. I don't know whether you can see. I'm just going to use my finger just to pull them out. I stopped talking, sorry, I was concentrating. So she just did another stretch and pulled herself back into that comfortable position that she likes. And what I'm aiming to do here is get all those fingers visible and to bring her little head around a little bit more. I have my finger under her chin to stop her from pulling it down. If I was hurting her or pushing her into an uncomfortable position, she'd let me know. All this white noise and heartbeat's going to make all you guys go to sleep. So there's those fingers. We can't see the other ones, but that's all right, because I would rather move on to the next setup, still get a beautiful setup here, but not push it too much. Do you have any questions while I'm going?
Yeah, I was just wondering, do you ever give up on a pulse?
No. Oh, I do. If the baby is crying, if the baby is determined not to go into it, I'll move on. I'm not going to waste time.
Okay.
Because like I said, not every baby will go into every pose. So, but I'm just giving her a little bit more height in here. She's pushing those lips together. That's the cutest thing.
Kelly?
Yeah.
I have another question.
Yeah.
How long would you stay on one pose?
Probably only 5 minutes, but I'm talking here, so I'm going and I'm explaining everything I'm doing. If I was doing this at home, I'd probably be moving a lot faster than what I am.
Yep.
So it seems like a long time, but it's not. Okay, I'm ready to take my shot now. Just wanted to get that other hand in there. And I'm going to give this back elbow a little bit more support.
So Kelly,
Yeah.
would you take the shot even if it's not perfect? Like if the
Sorry?
fingers are not out?
Yeah, no, I would. I would take my safe shot. So this here would be my safe shot. I would come in and get my angle, and ideally I would like to lift her head just a little bit more and maybe get those fingers out. But because she's sort of a little bit forcing herself back into that other position, so you can see on that shot how I would bring those fingers out and just lift this side of her head just up just a little bit more. But I'm not going to force it, and I can still get a beautiful photo of her in this position. So when you're finding where you like to shoot from, your particular angle, most photographers have a set way that they will photograph. I would come in for a bit of variety with this particular pose, take the hat off and shoot it from a different angle, so that I'm getting two different angles from that particular setup. Then you could throw a wrap around them, so minimal movements and more images. So she adjusted herself there, which is absolutely fine with me. So I'm focusing on the eye that's closest to me. I've changed my angle slightly, and we can get two different shots. Down that side. You could add a bit of variety by throwing a wrap over the top. A beautiful, delicate wrap. This is also by Monkey Moo Moo. I just pulled that hand out from there. And I'm going to tuck it in under her chin. And you could come in again and get another beautiful angle. So it doesn't have to be complicated or anything like that to fill the gallery, but you've got different shots coming from a very simple setup. And going with her, I'm not going to continue to force her to bring her hands up or anything like that where she's not comfortable. From here, I would probably move her onto a side, bring her legs out to the thing. How much time do we have left? 5 minutes?
We just have about, 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to bring this little elbow back for variety on this one, and leave her head up where it is with this hand, and then I'm just going to turn her legs out this way. So just take the pressure off that head and bring it down where it's nice and comfortable. She has naturally brought her feet up underneath her and crossed them underneath her. I had them tucked like in that bum up pose, and she's just drawn her legs up into her. So she would be like the perfect baby to pose into the taco pose. She's just kicking her legs out there. She's getting herself comfortable. So with this, I need to bring a prop in behind her back to stop her from rolling around, to support her, not to lift her. And then I'm going to throw a wrap around her to keep her arms and legs in place. So I'm just going to come around the other side. I already have a prop in underneath here. No, I don't. So I'm just going to push that in the back there just to support her. So we want her to look as curly and as comfortable as possible. So I'm just going to use this same wrap because it goes with our cream background. My white noise has gone off. I'm going to tuck it in gently around her. And it doesn't go according to plan because they do their own thing. Look at her stretching. So I'm done. I'm not going to push her anymore because we're running out of time. But she's got a whole crawling action going on here. Yeah, I'm going to finish. Can you bring me the blanket? She's beautiful.
Okay, so we are going to head into our lunch break, 45-minute break. But before
Look how
then, I
comfortable
think
she
we
is.
have some amazing quotes from the internet that people have just been going crazy with how much they love the show. It's pretty remarkable, the feedback we're getting. We're hearing that it's absolutely mesmerizing. Fred Photo says, I'm in awe. I've had 2 newborns, so I know how hard it is to keep them that calm, really in awe of Kelly. Let's see, Jen Alviti says, wow, only a few hours in and already Kelly Brown has blown me away with just the information I've been looking for the past few years. Thank you, Creative Live, and thank you, Kelly.
And I think that's it. It's so hard to find this information, and I've seen people saying they're visual learners, and so being able to watch every movement of you doing this, whether it's a little toe trick that somebody said they'd never seen before or heard of, it all makes such a difference to see how much detail goes into what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So tell us.
And obviously, like this last little baby, she obviously needed a little bit more time to get into position, and every baby's so different, so you have to work with them and accommodate them to keep them as settled as possible. If I had the time, I would spend as much time as she needed on that session, and that's why some sessions are longer and some sessions are shorter. The first baby, we could have posed her probably for the next hour and she would have slept. But the second baby, she was very sensitive to my touch, and she was very adamant about where she wanted to put her own hands and feet. So you have to go with that flow and not push them into any position. But get as many shots as you can of them in those positions and move on to the next one.
Kelly, can you tell us what we can look forward to when we get back, the setups and
We're doing
the plan?
props when we get back. So we're actually going to go through and use quite a few of these props. We're going to talk about the safety aspects of using props. We're going to have 2 of our live audience members come and assist me. I'm actually going to get them to help the same way I would get parents to help me in a session and show them, and that way they can see firsthand the direction I give to make sure that the safety of the baby is paramount.
Oh, fantastic. So one more thing that Rebecca Swain-Limbert is saying, loving this workshop. Thanks so much. I plan to attempt my own newborn pics in a couple of months. And I think that that's the thing here with this workshop is for those of you that purchase the workshop, whether it's tomorrow that you're doing the photo shoot or 2 months from now, you will have the full guide on how to handle delicately these babies. People are they're learning about how much patience it takes. But beautiful thing that I wanted to show you all is that in addition to those videos that you're purchasing for $149 of all 3 days, Kelly has put together a Posing Newborns interactive PDF guide. So I actually have that right now, and I am going to take you through it. So it's what you're seeing on the screen here. We have, and I'm actually looking at it back here on an iPad, and you can see as I scroll through, it's interactive. This is the really cool part. These are broken down into the different sections. So let's see, using props is section number 6. I just clicked on that with my finger. Takes me right to chapter 6. Use props to create visual interest, and she goes through and tells you why props, that big bullet points on it, props resources. So for those of you who have continued to ask, wait, where'd you get that, where'd you get that? She's got it all written down here for you, posing newborns with siblings, and again, it goes on and on and on back to all of these different segments. So the ability for you to download that PDF, again, it's interactive, and have it with you on your iPad, your iPhone, or wherever it is. You can also print these out, have that in your camera bag, and again, that comes with the purchase of the course. Kelly is also going to be providing her pricing guide for free as well when you purchase that course. So it's an incredible thing. In addition to that, you also have, you've heard us talking about the 3 bonus videos from the segments that we shot yesterday. Those again are also included with the purchase course, when you purchase that course. So there are 3 bonus videos, the composite shot that she put together.
Which is really remarkable. It's very hard to learn how to do a composite shot like that without seeing it in action and understanding how she sets it up and then what the next steps would be. And so I was blown away by the whole thing.
Exactly. And then she's done the cocoon shot, which is just my favorite. Kelly said it's her favorite as well, that little cocoon, as well as another composite shot, basket with the sibling. And that little guy was so cute, and you can see that in the trailer as well on our Facebook page. So all of that, 3 days of videos, plus the pricing guide, the interactive PDF posing guide, and these bonus videos for $149. However, when you purchase them right now, it's only $99. And again, sometimes when I say this, it sounds ridiculous and amazing that we can offer you that much value, but we can, because that's what we're here to do. So let's give Kelly a big round of applause. Thank you to our lovely babies, and we'll see you in 45 minutes.
Hi, I'm Scott Robert Lim, and on May 13th, 14th, and 15th, I'll be in San Francisco teaching Crazy Stupid Light, a free lighting workshop on Creative Live. See you there. Everybody can teach Flash Basics, but what's different about modern
Welcome back, everyone out there on the internet. We are here with Kelly Brown and back from our lunch break. Before we throw you right back to Kelly for another shoot, we have another prize to give away. So, Kenna, what do we have?
We have a bundle that's from Brand New Babe that is a knitted cap, and from Drops and Props, a newborn stretch wrap, which we have seen some beautiful props and clothing and wraps and all of this in action. So one lucky person is going to win that. And that person is Shauna Hines, who entered the contest on Facebook. And the quote was, "When they move, it is good to move with them." So great quote, everyone. We have so many more prizes to give away, and you can find out how to enter that contest on the blog at Creative Live. So that's creativelive.com/blog. And if you missed us earlier this morning, I also wanted to let you know about another contest that's going on with Clickin' Moms. And Clickin' Moms has generously collected over $5,000 worth of prizes to be given away. So guys, if you could just bring up there you go, the slide so everybody can see where to go. You can go to clickinmoms.com/CL, and you can also, when you join, you can get a membership. You can get a trial membership, as well as saving 30% on any of those membership levels, the 6-month, the 1 year, and the lifetime. Those are the codes there. Those are also on the blog. So once again, all you have to do is put in your information, and you are entered to win over $5,000 worth of prizes from all of those great vendors on there. So check that out, and thank you to Clickin' Moms. Well, we have more babies in the house. I think we're going to do, is it 3 babies now? So Kelly, over to you.
Hi, we're back. We're going to do props. So we just worked with the bag, and we went through a pretty easy flowing process with that. Now we're going to go through a selection of props, and we're going to talk about how I like to line them and make sure that the baby's nice and supported inside it. The baby's arms and head are not resting on any hard surfaces. They're not going to scratch themselves on any baskets or nests or anything like that. So, and we're also going to bring 2 of our live audience members out to give me a hand with these props, so I can talk them through how I would get the parents involved with the safety aspect and having a spotter next to the baby at all times, which is really cool. So we have a baby girl, her name is Olivia, and we're going to get started choosing some props. What I want to do is use a really good variety of props. We've got 3 babies. I'm going to attempt, I'm going to try to get through 2 setups with each baby. And I'm going to do like a fairly easy one that's easy to put them in, easy to get them out, very basic setup. And then I'll move on to something where they're sitting maybe upright or on top of with them, okay? I'm going to start with a nest type situation with Olivia first. And whoa. And we're going to work on our dark wood background, but I would always line my props with my cloth nappies. That's why I have so many of them, because they're nice and firm. I'm not going to bring Olivia over until I've got the prop set up nice and ready for her. She's asleep, so I'll do this pretty quick in case she wakes up. I also didn't mention earlier that we have a set of twins coming in for our last segment. So we're going to work some more with some props in the beanbag with the twins as well this afternoon, which is really great. So I'm just going to fold them and bring them in and line the outside of the nest, and that way the baby's not going to be touching the actual nest itself. Once I've lined it with my cloth nappies and made it nice and soft and secure in there, I'm going to line it with a nice little knit wrap and blanket as well. This is where you can bring in all your textures with your fabrics and things like that. Great to style these little setups with hats and headbands and things like that. So the bottom of this particular basket / nest is quite firm, so I'm going to put 2 cloth nappies in there to make it really soft, so she's comfortable at all times. This is a great size for a baby. Once we've got her in here and in position, we'll be able to hide any of the cloth nappies that are visible, but it's good to have them up so that if her arms and legs go flying out, they're not going to touch the surface and it's not going to scratch her. So I've also brought with me some little pieces of hessian, which are great textures in natural colours. And it is a scratchy fabric, so I'm going to put something really soft on top of that, which looks good when you layer it. bring my basket of wraps and things over. So I would have talked to my clients prior to this, setting this up to find out what sort of colours they liked, and they would have helped pick this particular prop. So this is just a soft piece of fabric with a torn edge and the similar colour that I'm going to put in there. What else have we got? Here we go, another really soft knit. This one's also from Brand New Babe. Her knits are so delicate and so soft, and those colours just look amazing in there. And by putting it down on the bottom like that, I can pull the edges around her legs to keep them in place. And if it was a boy baby, I'd be able to use that to cover any bits that we don't necessarily want to see. So I'm ready to bring Olivia over, and I might get Miranda to come and give me a hand if that's all right. Even though she's going to be laying on her back in this particular prop, when I get up to take the photo, I want Miranda's hand there, just keeping her nice and secure while I'm taking the shot, and she can lift it when I take the shot and come back down, just so that in the process of me getting up to take the image and getting my camera settings and everything right, she's not going to move and I have to go back and start all over again. So we're going to use this beautiful dark wood flooring as our backdrop, and I'm going to shoot directly over the basket when I've got her in there positioned. Hi, how old is she? 3 days. Oh my goodness, she is 3 days old, people. Look at that face. That's a 3-day-old baby right there. So I'm just going to sit down carefully with her. Does she have a nappy on under here? She has a nappy on, does she? I can't see. Another baby with long eyelashes. Okay, so I'm just going to carefully unwrap her. All right, come and sit down. What I would do is, because I'm going to be shooting down, just for this while we're setting up, you can sit wherever, but when I'm working on a backdrop with a prop, I always get the parents to sit with their back to the wall and their legs out towards me. And that way they're not in my actual image, but their arm is long enough to reach over and be supportive on the baby. Oh, look at those feet. So in any particular setup or any shot that we're doing, any of the little detail shots that you can get of their tiny little features, they're great additional shots to any setup. So sorry, I'm just trying to get this nappy undone. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk definitely about camera settings and everything, but I'm pretty much working at 2.8. I want to get as wide as I can with this to keep it really soft. The only time I would shut my aperture down is when I'm shooting parents and siblings. But when I'm focusing just on one baby, I want to keep the focus nice and soft and as wide open as possible. So I'm just going to place her in there. She's opening her eyes, but she's not crying. This is a good, she's going to go back to sleep here. So I'm just going to position her, put her legs together. She's even got a band-aid on from her needle prick in her heel. think this is going to be our youngest baby over the whole 3 days?
I would think so.
And look where she's just placed her hand herself. That's so cute. So now I've got her in here, what I'm going to do is use the cloth nappies underneath to help position her, support her into a nice comfortable pose so that we can see all of her, and to keep her in place so that she doesn't have any of that startle reflex by not being supported. So the same as what I would do on the beanbag is now just adjust my cloth nappies underneath. So I'm just folding these down in to support her.
Sorry, now that's all support, there's no lift.
I'm not lifting her at all. I'm just pushing the cloth nappies in and around her to keep her nice and in position. I may just come underneath her and lift her head up just a little bit to support it, but I'm pretty much just tucking everything in and around her. When I'm working with props, I don't like to work with babies that are awake, but something like this where they're on their back, they can't hurt themselves, they can't fly their head around or anything like that, I'm more than happy for them to be awake if they're settled. But if she became unsettled at any point, I would bring her out and go again.
And on some props, are you worried? Do you ever weigh them down? Are you worried about tipping?
This particular prop is not going to tip. The question was, am I ever worried about the prop tipping or moving? But this is a very heavy prop and it's got a very flat bottom, so it's not going to go anywhere. And your hand is going to be right there. That's why you're here. So I have Miranda here helping me, but in my studio at home, I would have a parent sitting on the floor next to me, whoever was capable. Most of the time it's Dad because they love to get in and help. Okay, she's just drifting back to sleep there. I'm not going to do too much more with this particular setup because I think she's just so cute laying in here on her back. And you'll see the shot in a second. When I do expose for this, I'm going to shoot wide open at 2.8. So that just means my aperture inside my camera is wide open. It means I can have a faster shutter speed. But I'm going to have to come in, because her skin is much lighter than the background, I'm going to have to come in and expose for her skin tones, because my camera, its meter is going to take in all of the information in the shot, and it's going to try and tell me to expose for my darker background, but I want to get perfect skin tones. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to focus on her, adjust my settings to her skin, and then I'm going to come out and compose my shot.
Kelly, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you do to get parents to trust you to handle their baby? What can we do to do the same?
It's pretty much just the way I talk to them. They've come to me with their baby to employ my services to photograph them. So I suppose there's already a level of trust there in coming to me. The information I give them when they email me, that all has enough information so that they feel comfortable and they kind of know what's expected. But I think it's the way I take your baby and I talk to you and I tell you what I'm doing throughout the whole process. So I'm explaining this to you for educational reasons, but in a session at home, I'd also be talking to my parents and telling them what I'm doing with their baby. And by getting them to come and sit down on the floor and explaining to them why they're there for the safety of their baby, they trust me even more, knowing that that's at my highest priority. So that's a really good question. So she's, every time I lift my hand, she kind of goes like this. So she's just settling into that position. I'm not going to fiddle with her too much more. See? So what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to get ready to take this shot, I'm going to get you to bring your hand in. Yep. Just come slide your bottom this way a little bit more. And just gently place your hand there. So you can feel her moving under your hand. So I've tucked all of that white cloth nappy in and around the baby. You can't actually see it. I can see her face perfectly. And now I'm going to, bless you. What's going on here? So because I'm not in my normal environment with my window down here on the floor and I've got the light up there, it's really, really soft. It's a little bit darker than what I would be used to, but I've increased my ISO. It's up to 1250. But that's okay for this particular camera. It's not going to cause too much problem for me. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, while Miranda's hand is on her, I'm going to come in and get my exposure on her skin tone, which means I'm going to come in nice and close and I'm going to fill my screen. I don't need to focus, but I'm going to fill my screen on with her and the light source. I'm not blocking the light because it's still coming in. More light is going to come in now that I stand up. So I'm going to bring it back probably about a third of a stop, and I'm going to come in directly above her. I'm going to take a shot, and I'm pretty happy with that exposure. So now I'm just going to get myself ready, and when Miranda is ready to lift her hand, we can take our shot. Whoops. She has a pretty strong startle reflex, so every time Miranda lifts her hand, she's just kicking her legs back. So by using my 24 to 70 lens, I'm able to zoom right out. I'm at 28 millimeters, and I'm shooting directly above her. Move your hand for a second. Sorry, do you want me to just take a test shot? Just put your hand back in there for me. Actually, no, just let it go here. So she's really wriggling around here. What I'm going to do is actually tie this wrap in a bit tighter to stop her legs from flying out. We can tuck that down. And she's scratching her face. Well, she's not unsettled. We have to remember, she's 3 days old. She's hungry. Are you breastfeeding? So mum's milk doesn't normally come in till around day 4 properly, and she's establishing a feeding problem. Her hands are up in her face. She just wants to feed. So and I'm touching her, I'm talking to her. So no, but this is not long either.
Oh, this is,
No, this is not long. Bring your hand in. Place your hand there. Don't put your finger near her mouth. She's going to think that's food. See how she's going for her fist? Oh, you want another test shot? Are her legs kicking back against your hand? Okay, when you're ready to lift. Is it working? Shh, shh, shh. Move your hand for me. So it's really important when you are working with the parents, don't be timid. They need to know, like we're pretending that Miranda is a parent here, they need to know what to do, and we need to tell them and give them instructions on what to do because they can't visualize what we're doing. So we need to talk them through the process and tell them what to do. I needed Miranda to move her hand, so I told her to move her camera. I mean her hand, not her camera. So I just moved really quickly because she stayed still. I didn't talk through it, but she stayed still long enough for me to get that shot, and I got it. So I wouldn't waste any more time with this particular setup. I would move on to the next one. And she's happy there. So what I would do in this situation in my studio is leave her, because she's fine. She's just having a little bit of a wriggle and a squirm. She's not uncomfortable. She's not unsettled. I would move on to select my next prop and set that up while she's in there. So you're there, I can go. You're there to support her, stop her from flying her legs out or anything like that. What we can do is put a little blanket over her, and that's going to make her feel nice and secure. And we can go on to setting the next shot up. Okay, so we've done something fairly simple with the laying on the back prop. So now I'm going to do something where she's going to be quite upright inside a prop. Which you might choose this one here. I might give that back to you. I have lots of towels here on my stand, which are great to use, and then you can cover them with great fabrics. Okay, so I've picked a towel. It's not something I actually would normally use, but these are brand new, so they're lovely and soft, and the colours are great in them. So to line this particular basket, which is from Pixie Props, so P-I-C-S-I-E Props online, and they have the most amazing newborn props around. So I can see that the height of the basket is about the width of the towel folded there. So what I'm going to do is just open it up and line the inside of the towel with some of my cloth props, my cloth nappies. So I want this to be nice and firm. The reason I'm putting these in here, I think she's reacting to my voice. I'm trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear me, and she's reacting to my voice. Would you be able to just grab my camera for me, Miranda, please? Okay. Do you use a dummy with her, a pacifier?
So we're going to take some questions, if that's all right with you.
Yes, go for it, please. Fire away.
All right, go for it, Christy.
So we have a question from Jen Madden, who wants to know how many different shots or angles you generally try to get out of each pose, or does it really depend on each baby and the situation you're in?
I would probably aim to get about 2 to 3 of each setup. There are some poses that you can get up to 4 different shots out of. When you're working in props, shooting from as many angles as possible. Oh my goodness. Back to you. Can we see if, because we have to cover so much in such a short amount of time, this is why we have so many babies allocated to these segments. She's not really going into a nice deep sleep, which is what we want for a baby inside a prop, because if they're not settled and there's something wrong with them and they move inside this, it's very dangerous. So if I was in my studio at home and we were at this particular point, I would give the baby back to the mum for her to feed the baby, and I would just continue to set up the next additional props while I wait for her to be ready, if we'd finished everything else we needed to do. But she's bringing her hands up to her mouth. She's not screaming in pain, so I can kind of sense that she might be hungry. So I'm going to give her back to you. And we might bring our next baby in and we might have some more questions, if that's all right, Kenna?
We absolutely have questions.
Look at this mouth open.
Tara B Photography had asked, have all the moms fed their babies immediately before their photo session? So can you remind us again about the feeding schedules and what generally works best?
Yeah, I don't tell them to feed their babies before the session. If they fed the baby before they left home, great, we can get started straight ahead. But if they come to the session and their baby's due for a feed, that's also excellent, because I can use that time while they're feeding their baby to talk about the setups and the colours and the props and everything we're going to use, what they've seen, what they like in my gallery, and what sort of things they're looking for. You know, if they're looking for a particular shot, if they want that sibling shot, I'm going to make sure I get it in that session at some point. If they want the father shot in the hands, I'm going to really make sure I get a shot of the baby in the hands. So it's really important to use every minute we get, excuse me, with these parents and the babies. I'm talking more than I normally have. Do we have a little boy? I can still use these colours for a boy. I might just change the bonnet.
So the tethering is working, so we can go straight into the next baby.
Definitely. So we've just swapped over. He looks nice and sleepy. And we're finished with this one, so we can get rid of it off our set now. So I'm going to finish lining my basket ready for this little baby, and we want to make sure that the sides of this are nice and secure and they're strong enough to support the baby when he comes up to rest on the side.
So even when I've read some photographers will literally weigh them down.
But you know, I don't think you need to.
Okay.
So if you feel like you have to weigh a prop down with something, go for it.
Okay.
Because the more safety measures you take, the better it is for the baby. I haven't had to weigh anything down so far.
Okay.
I want to have a little bit of a lip here on the top, because it's going to come over the top, and it's going to go over that hard metal bar at the very, very top. So do you want to swap out with Denise for a minute?
No problem.
So everybody gets a turn at coming in to help. I'm not too concerned at the moment what the back of the prop is doing because we're shooting it from the front and he's going to be nice and upright. And we have another one of these stretchy wraps from Drops and Props, which I think we just gave away. And I'm going to drape it over the towel, and those textures are great, and have it in the shot up here. So you can see at the back, I should bring it forward. You can see at the back that I've got the part of the basket still exposed, and this is where I'll continue to use my cloth nappies, so that if the baby at any point goes backwards, it's not going to hurt itself on there. And my hands are in there to prevent it. Now, gauging by the size of him, he's going to fill this basket beautifully. So I'm going to put another cloth nappy down inside the bottom of the, what do you call these, an egg basket, I think. I'm going to put it down into the bottom so that he's not going to be sinking down and he's at the right height to put his arms up here.
Quick question, Kelly, that's come from several people online. Do you ever put weights at the bottom of a prop like that?
Miranda just asked me that question, and I said that I don't, because I always have a spotter next to me and their hand is always on the baby. And plus, because I'm lining it with so much fabric, it's quite heavy. But if people feel like they need to put a weight into the bottom of the prop, go for it, because the more safety measures you take, the better. I mean, you can never be enough, you can never be more careful, less careful. So I think that looks pretty good. Okay. Don't necessarily have to have a hat in this one. And we'll have a couple of extra cloth nappies handy if we need them. So come in nice and close, Denise. If Denise was one of my parents, I would tell her again to put her back towards the wall, not up against it, but her feet out towards me. And that way she's not in my shot, she's not behind the basket or in front of the basket, but her hand, if she brings it over, is nice and close to the baby. And I'm going to shoot from here back over this way so that she's not going to be in my shot at all. And if I need her hand on the baby's head, I can clone that out later in Photoshop. Another really great trick to just make sure that the safety of the baby is always being taken care of. Hi, what's his name? Liam. And how old is Liam? So this is little Liam, and he is 13 days old. Shh, 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 shh. I'm going to leave his nappy on because he won't see it. And we're not going to wake him up by taking it off. Okay, so just place your hand at the back of the basket, yep, to keep it in place. So I'm going to put him in there, into position, and then I'm going to use my cloth nappies to place in around him to keep him nice and secure in there so he doesn't fly back and he's nice and tight. But I want to bring his arms up first, if he lets me. I might sit down. Ah, that's better. He's little. So what I'm going to do is, if you can push that cloth nappy at the back there, just down and underneath his bottom, that's it. And we'll put another one there. So he's bringing his hands in himself, so I'm just making sure my hands are around his arms and around his head so that he feels nice and guided there. We don't want to push we don't want him to push himself forward with his legs, because they are pretty strong, these babies. They don't have a lot of control over their muscles, but they do have muscles. going to turn the basket towards me so I can see him. If you can keep your hand on his back there, that would be great. So I'm just going to gently rock him and adjust his hands here, because we want his hands to support his head. So we need to get his arms and his little hands in position. When you're putting them inside a prop like this, and they need to be supported at all times, it's really important that their legs are comfortable, because they can become really unsettled in something like this if they're uncomfortable. So making sure their feet are crossed nicely underneath and they're not in an awkward position means they'll stay in here longer, more settled. So I'm just going to bring this hand here. He's relaxing now. No, don't take that off. We won't worry about that. I'd rather keep your hand at the back of the basket. So we're just going to lift his chin up, place his hand underneath it, and we're going to scoop his little fingers out. So his forehead is just resting against the palm of my hand there. I actually don't have hold of his head, except for my little fingers there are keeping it in place. He's got a tight grip. You didn't want to let go of my finger. There we go. He's in pretty good position there. I'm just going to push his bottom down just a bit lower, just by pushing the cloth nappy down. And I want to, you can see there his little fingers are bent. If we can't fix those, it doesn't matter. But obviously this is where I'd take my safe shot to make sure I get something, in case when I move him he startles and wakes up. So what I'm going to get you to do now, Denise, is just put your hand on his back underneath that cloth. There we go. And I'm going to slide the basket back very, very carefully, supporting his head at the whole time. I've got my fingers at the back of his neck and my thumbs are just on his forehead. So I'm just going to slide this back just gently to where I can take my shot. And Denise's hand is still nice and secure on his back. Okay. So because his head's going to move when I move my fingers, what I'm going to do is get Denise to hold her finger like this and turn her palm facing upwards. And you can see I can get him to rest his head on her finger. So her finger is not pushing his head is resting on her finger. And this entire part is not in my shot, it's not touching the basket. It's going to be easy to clone out of the background. So I'm just going to push this white cloth nappy down at the back. Won't be able to see it in the shot. hand. Just let his head rest against your finger. Now it's not at the front, it's at the back. So there's a line in the image, there's going to be a line in the image to make it easy to clone Denise's hand out. And if he moves, she still has a hand on him so that she can quickly support him. I need a camera. It's behind me. So I need to get down nice and low for this particular shot. He's so tiny. So if I had more time, I'm going to come in and get a beautiful close-up of him on this green. If I had more time, I would smooth out the towel in the basket. But I just wanted to show you how to position them in here. And you can see his little hand is starting to go red under there from the weight of his head, so we're just going to adjust that. There we go, and look, he opened his fingers. So that would be another beautiful shot right there, and I would get Denise to lift her hand up again like this, have his head resting against her finger, and that way it's not going to fall to the side. And we could take that shot. I'm not going to push him anymore because he doesn't want his fingers opened up, but I think we got a pretty awesome shot out of that one. So I'm happy to move on to the next particular prop. I wouldn't leave a baby in here like I would, say, the nest on their back, because it's not great to leave them in a position like this for too long. So I would just bring him out and maybe sit him on the dad's lap while I got the next prop ready, if it wasn't ready. But in our case, it's not ready. Yeah. So I'm just going to sit him on Denise's lap while we bring the next prop down. I've got the cloth back around his back there, and I'm going to lift him up gently from under here so he's supported. And turn his head. And I would carefully pull him out so he stays nice and settled throughout that transition from prop to prop. Okay? And there we go. So now we can move on, and he's not waking up because we're not yanking him out of that prop at all. Okay. So we did the nest, and now we have another simple basket. So it's so easy to get these beautiful setups that are so simple. And this is just a round basket. I'm going to put a couple of cloth nappies in the bottom of that to make it nice and soft but firm. And then what this is a pillowcase that I got from a, I don't even know what sort of shop it would be. It's like a homeware store. And it's the most beautiful thing I've seen. The colour of it's gorgeous. So I'm going to line the bottom of the basket with a couple of these and use one of these wraps to put around him to hold his arms and legs in place. So the bean bag, you can transition and flow quite quickly through that. With the props, they take more time to set up, but the actual images themselves don't take long to take. So just putting those in the bottom again, so it's nice and supported. So we'll do this setup, and then we might have another baby come in, and we'll work with another baby, because we've got 3. So you can see that's nice and firm and soft, and it's in that shape, and then this will just go on top, and we'll tuck it in, and he's going to go in there, and we'll put a wrap around him. And we can lift the sides up of this fur at any point if we need to support him from underneath it with another cloth nappy. Okay. So I'll take his nappy off while he's in there. I've got him. Leave that, yeah. Oh, he's so adorable. And this is the perfect sized round basket. Someone that works at Creative Live brought it in, so I'm so lucky. Take it. Hey. Just keep your hand just on his arm there, just to keep him secure while I take this off. I think it's the sound of that sticky stuff on the nappy that they don't like. Gets them every time. So I'm going to turn him gently onto his side. We want his face upwards, but this is by turning them onto the side, it's easier to position their legs. I'll just cross his little feet over. By putting a wrap in on top of the fur, it stops the fur from getting all over the baby's face as well and agitating him. So furs are great textures, but they can be quite annoying to the baby. So I'm just pulling this down in here and I'm going to tuck it underneath his leg. Okay, so now his legs are being supported there. I'm actually going to use his nappy, because when they're folded, they're so small and they're so firm that you can just slide them in underneath the fabric to support their chin and their head up. So that's a great little prop, because sometimes these cloth nappies can be too big. So I want his little face to come up so we can see it. So I'm just going to slide this in very gently underneath his head, just to give him a little bit more height there and support. You can see by doing that, now we can actually see his face. So just keep your hand just at the top up here. Yep, there we go. And I'm just going to bring this wrap here down. Okay, and we're going to use his little hand to support his head here, so it's not covering his face. So I'm just going to slide his hand back towards his ear. So you can still see it, but it's also stopping him from burying his face down again. See if we can open these fingers up and rest them on his chest. Okay, now I'm going to shoot down again. So when rotating a basket and something like that, so if you can just bring your hand this way onto his legs and his hand, keep them in place. I will rotate the basket on the floor to where the best light that falls across their face is, to highlight all of their little features. So I'm just going to get a test shot while Denise's hand is still on him. And I'm going to come up and zoom out, recompose. I'm going to focus on that eye that's closest to the camera. And if you can just lift your hand for me, Denise. Keep your eye on him for me.
you're exposing to the skin, are you going to the face or?
I come in nice and close and I fill the frame of my camera with his skin, and then I will expose, like I will meter expose with him, and then I'll come out and I'll not change my settings, but zoom out, compose my image, and then take the shot. Okay. And if I need to, if I was blocking my light, I can just bring it down a third of a stop or bring it up a third of a stop if I need to. But I would come from here in nice and close to get a different angle of his little face where his hand is lying, because the textures in this are just beautiful. And there's a nice little close-up of his face. And that's what I would do with him. So we're ready for our next baby, I think.
Would you have a reflector?
I would use a reflector, and do you know what else works really well as a reflector? These white nappies. So if I don't need a spotter or a hand on the baby, I would just get mum and dad to hold this up nice and close, and the light hitting that is going to bounce back. So if you drop that, you can see, now lift it back up again, you can see the light just very, very subtly filling those shadows around the nose and the eye. The dynamic range in our cameras from black to white is not as great as what our eye can see. So when I'm exposing for, say, the highlights, my darks are going to be a lot darker than what I can actually visually see. So by filling those shadows, we're going to lift it up and have some more information in there that we can use. Okay. Come in, I'll pass him to you. He's a good little guy. He was so good. It's such a shame to move them when they're so sleepy. Now, do we have a blanket for him? Do you want to go and grab that?
So while we switch babies, I just wanted to ask the parents how I was watching your reactions to seeing Kelly shoot your newborn. And I just wanted to know what that experience was like for you, and was it what you expected? Did you have fears about this? Did she overcome them? Just tell us about that, because you looked so amazingly happy.
Well, it's an interesting experience, and the emotions are still pretty heavy because he's only 2 weeks old.
Yeah.
And it's pride right off the bat at how cute he is and that he follows directions so nicely. So yes, but it's wonderful to watch someone be so caring with him and to have him respond so kindly. Mm-hmm. And we love this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Like all of the models that we've got coming along have given up their time to come here and help us all out. So I think that is so awesome and amazing. Thank you.
We appreciate it beyond words.
Thank you so much. He's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just loved seeing their reaction.
I know.
To the cuteness.
That's why it's so addictive.
It is.
This is why newborn photography is so amazing, because it has such an emotional impact, not just on them, but on me being able to be a part of that connection with their baby. Like, they're still getting to know their baby, and to be a part of it's brilliant. It's absolutely the most rewarding job in the world.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. So I'm gonna change up some props. Do we have a quick question
great.
while I?
Absolutely. We have quite a few questions. We have a couple different people were asking about cold hands. Miss Yoma asked, I have very cold hands, and I was wondering if in this case it was better to use gloves, and if so, what kind of gloves would you advise? Another woman asked, Jazzy Leah asked the same thing. She hears that newborn photographers often wear gloves if their hands are cold. What would you recommend?
I personally, and over these 3 days, I'm going to show you everything that I do. You know, everyone's going to do things slightly different and have a different way of doing them. But I'm going to show you exactly what works for me. I personally wouldn't wear gloves because I feel like I need to have hold of that baby when I'm working with them, and I need to be able to feel in my fingertips, you know, the baby moving and things like that. But that's why we have little space heaters next to the thing. So I occasionally, especially if I'm pushing myself up off the ground, if I'm touching the tiles in my studio at home, I will quickly just hold my hand in front of the heater and warm them up before I touch the baby, or go like that. So yes, definitely cold hands will wake a baby up, but I don't know if I would ever trust myself to wear gloves and not be able to feel that skin-to-skin touch. And that's why I wash my hands continually, and I use the antibacterial pump and things like that, which is great.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, let's see what you pick out.
There's so much. I'm dying. We have a little boy. I'm dying to use this stool that someone bought in. Props like this and putting babies on top of things, it's not probably something I do a lot of, but there are photographers out there that do it and do it really, really well. So I'm going to show you how to do it safely with a spotter. This particular stool is great because it's curved. It's not a flat object to position the baby on. Because it's curved, we're going to make the baby look curly too. So he's going to look squishier and more comfortable. But I'm going to use another cloth nappy to put underneath, and then I'm going to put a blanket over it and drape it down so it's nice and soft because it's a hard surface. And we want the baby to be comfortable because if they're not comfortable, they won't stay settled. So I've just folded each end in to add just a little bit more support where their head and their feet are going, like their ankles and feet are going to be. And then I'm going to put another one over the top. Might leave it like that actually, because he's pretty little. How big was he? 6'2", so he's not a very big baby. Like I think the average size of a baby is about 7.5 pounds today. So I'm just going to grab, I might even use a nice blanket for this. And we can use a, might use this one, a colour. So I'll fold half of it over and just have the other, so I want it to drape just down the side there, just so it looks good, but I want to fold it so it's nice and soft up here. I'll cover that. I think this is going to look cute. And what we're going to do is the bum up pose that I did on the beanbag, where he was laying on his tummy with his hand under his head and his feet were crossed. I'm going to do that pose up here, and we're going to have a hand on our baby the whole time we position him. So this is something that I would have probably a fairly high risk factor with, because he's up off the ground. He's got nothing around supporting him, so it's so important to have a spotter next to your baby while you're doing something like this. And the reason I'm doing it here and I don't do it at home is because there are people out there that are going to do it. So I want to show you how I would do it safely if I was to do it. So that is so nice and soft there right now, and he's lovely and sleepy. If he wasn't sleepy, I wouldn't attempt this. Does he have a nappy on? I might just do it here. So I'm just going to take his nappy off just while he's nice and comfy with his mum here. So what I'm going to do is, he's literally on his stomach. So I want to transition him from here over to there without having to move him too much, because he's nice and sleepy. We don't want him to wake up. So if you just lean back, I'm just going to slide my hand in here on him. And now just push him back against my hand for me. There we go. So that's going to make him, see that? That's going to make him really easy to put down now. How old is he?
2 weeks tomorrow.
So he is 13 days old as well. Well, these babies born on the same day, you're probably all in the same hospital together. Okay, so I'm just going to go down on my knees. He's nice and secure in my hands, and it's going to be so easy just to put him down on here like I picked him up without having to move him too much. So I'm going to aim to get him in the center of the prop so that it looks good. Now if you can just put your hand on top of his head for me, that's it, because he's pushing it back. just while I bring my hand out. How cute is he? And what is his name, sorry? Shay. Shay, that's pretty. So the same with when I did this position on the beanbag, I had his face is like this, you got hold of him, and the arm at the back is a support arm, so I've got that in that position again. So I'm just going to peel his, just keep your hand there, yep, great. I'm just going to peel this cloth off and we're going to adjust his feet. Now this is going to be over so quick because he's just absolutely perfect. And I'm going to tuck his legs up. I've got my fingers underneath his shins again. And I'm going to bring one foot over the top of the other and tuck his legs up in together. Now when you're doing this with boys, it's always important to make sure all their little pieces are down and underneath and they're not caught in between their legs because that could be really uncomfortable. So I'm just going to gradually bring him around like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is, because I've done his back end, I'm going to bring Denise's hand there, and now I'm just going to bring this hand out. You can see I've got my fingers on his elbows here just to keep it in place. And what I'm going to do is, now that I've got his hand right, I'm going to lift his head up and slide his fingers underneath his cheeks. There we go. Okay, so you have him. So I would ask the parent, I'm going to ask Denise, you're nice and comfortable there? You feel all right sitting like that? And if not, that's fine. That's what you need to tell me. I will then take this, and if you can just wriggle closer just a little bit. So it's all about making sure they're comfortable and the baby's comfortable. So I'm just going to bring his face and his elbow down, trying to connect that knee and that elbow again. So I'm just gradually dragging him towards that knee. And he looks absolutely adorable. So he's not moving, he's not fidgeting, he's asleep. We can have Denise's hand here on her back, on his back, sorry. And when I'm going to move back to take the shot. And when I'm ready to take the shot, what I'm going to do is get Denise to just lift her hand here. Just lift her hand up gently to there. So it's like 2 inches away from the baby's back. And that way if he moves, she can come straight back down. Even though it's still in my shot, it's easy to clone out. And I would rather do that than come away and if he was to move and fall. Okay, so just move back far enough. I'm going to get an exposure shot first, and then I'll let you know when to lift your hand. Okay, that looks pretty good. So you can see in my shot when it comes up, if it come up. Did it come up on the screen? Yep. Denise's body is in my shot. That's all right. We can crop, we can, clone, we can do whatever we want. I'm not about to sacrifice an image for the safety of a baby. So I'd rather keep her there and make sure she's comfortable, especially if she was my mum. Okay, now when you're ready, just lift your hand gently and bring it back down. And that is it. So it's so simple. He's safe the entire time. He's not going anywhere. He has a hand on him. It's off him for 2 seconds and back down. Okay, we might do another setup very, very quickly. I'm going to use a larger basket and have him in it, like on his back again, because I think these setups are so simple and so easy. I'm going to use this, but I'm going to have him down inside it just a little bit more. Are there any questions? Yes?
Always questions. So everybody has been wanting us to ask you this for a while, and there's a nice white blanket.
Yes.
But we haven't had any accidents yet.
No, we haven't, have we?
People are, knock on wood, I think, we're
How
waiting to see
amazing
when
is
that, when that does happen. I may have just jinxed it. But the particular question was from Linda Duck. I haven't seen any of the babies have potty issues. The babies I often do have them shortly after the diaper comes off. And so what do you do in that situation? Also from Sophia Wong, do you have to change the props? Do you have to clean the babies? Does that affect things?
If you can see it, if some babies are funny because they will go straight back to sleep after they've done their business. And if you can't see it, I'll take the shot because as you can see, it takes 1 second to click the shutter and then we'll clean them up. So babies sit in nappies. I wouldn't leave a baby sitting in poo for very long because it can burn their skin. But if they've done it and they haven't moved and they've gone straight back to sleep, I'll click that shutter and then we'll get them out, change the prop over, clean them up. But it always depends on how severe it is. Sometimes it's just a little bit and sometimes it's a lot and you never know. And sometimes they really don't like being in it. So you've got to get them out there as quickly as possible. But it depends on the situation. It's a really hard topic to discuss lightly.
That's probably the ultimate question. It's been coming into the chat rooms on Facebook. Everybody wants to know how to handle it well.
We haven't had a single accident. And yesterday, I know, touch wood, yesterday for 3 babies, not one single accident. So we're on a roll. We're definitely on a roll. So I am going to use another wrap, and I'm going to use a little bonnet in this one as well, just to style it a bit differently. Do we have any more questions?
Sure do. Do we have any in our studio audience? All right, we will go. Luciana Justice, as well as some other folks, are asking about your lovely word nappy.
Oh, diaper?
Which is diaper here in the U.S., but is that actually what you're using, the folded cloth diaper?
Yes.
Versus a hand towel or something?
Yes, and you could use hand towels or anything like that. So I'm just now putting some more of these cloth nappies down inside here, just so he's nice and supported when I put him in there. But these are great because the size of them, they're just a square white towel. It's like a towel, and it's not too thick, so that when you fold it, it's firm, but it's still nice and soft, which is good.
Okay, so we have another question from Sam Stewart, who wants to know, does Kelly show parents her shots as she shoots them, or does she encourage them to wait until after processing them?
Good question. If I have a cracker shot, I will show them on the back of my screen, but they can see it, they can see what I'm doing, and I think that whole reveal of showing them the finished images, because they look so different, is amazing. But at the end of every session, and we'll talk about this with marketing a little bit more, but at the end of every session, I post an image on Facebook from that day, if they approve it. If they're not on Facebook, I'll email them a little watermarked image. But yeah, I like to give them a sneak peek to get them excited for the rest of their gallery.
So several people continue to ask about the baskets and the sizes. Do you actually go and measure the size when you're looking
I don't
at
measure
baskets?
them. I think you can just look at it and see that that's big enough to put a baby in and some fabric and things like that. There's some smaller baskets on here that are on here for show. I wouldn't use them to put a baby in, but if you're trying to squeeze a baby into a basket, it probably shouldn't be used. So I'm going to warm my hands up because I've touched the floor and I've been touching the baskets and things. But I'm going to put this wrap around him in my lap. This is the last shot we'll do with this little guy. If I was continuing to move on to other props, I probably wouldn't wrap him so much because I don't want to disturb him and I want to be able to move him easily into the next prop. But because this is going to be the last shot we do with him, I want to wrap him up nicely. So to get him off here, I might actually come closer. I've got the wrap in my lap. I'm going to turn him onto his back and I'm going to put it around him. So thanks, Denise.
You're welcome.
I'm just sliding my hand in underneath his head there. Oh, he's so sleepy. So I can see how I've just picked him up. I've scooped my hands in underneath his shins, and now I'm just going to gradually turn him onto his back in my lap. And I've lifted my knees because I don't want him to be going head down, so to feel secure. So I've lifted my knees so he's still in, you know, he's still elevated and he's nice and supported. So I'm just going to position his hands here before I actually start wrapping him. Oh, now he's weeing.
In your lap. Nice.
It's nice and warm.
Sorry.
It's nice and warm.
That was
is your fault, Kenna.
We knew it would happen.
And look at that, he's sound asleep.
Really?
And it's on me.
Beauty of live.
So that did not bother him one bit. I'm going to keep moving. So that's what I would do in that situation. I would just keep moving with him because he's asleep and we want to get the most out of the session. So at the end of the day, or the end of the session, mum and dad can go home and they haven't been here all day. So I'm just putting his fingers together there. And I'm going to use the wrap to hold his fingers in place.
How tight do you?
Tight enough to keep them in position, but not too tight so that it's cutting off any circulation or anything like that. So you can see that I've just kind of put that around there.
It's not too tight.
No, not at all. Okay. So it's very, very loose, and we're going to sit him in here, and then I'm going to put the beanie on his head. I'm actually going to shoot down and have this lighter timber flooring as my backdrop for this one because I've got a lighter fabric inside here. I think it's really important to not make such a big deal out of a baby going to the toilet on you. Because the parents feel bad. They'll usually jump up with a cloth or something to try and clean up the mess. It's just their instinct. But I want them to sit still and, not still, but I want them to sit comfortably and not have to worry about things like that. Might use this to push down here underneath his hands to keep them nice and supported. So I'm just going to place that down in there and we can't even see it. Okay. Oh, now you want to move. He's been so good, hasn't he? So you can see his little feet there. You can still see a little bit of this fabric and the texture in it, which is great. Any more questions while I'm fiddling here?
Absolutely.
So after seeing the really sweet emotional reaction from the parents, we have a few questions from people also asking about the emotions that come up for you during shooting. Do you find yourself having baby fever all the time? Do you find yourself being getting emotional during shooting? How does it feel for you as the photographer?
Do you know, it is such a rewarding job to be a part of that, and I said that before, it really is. I actually love the fact that my children are now older. I do, and every year is so different with them, and every age is so much fun. So I am definitely past my newborn stage, but I can so relate to how the parents are feeling because I've been there. and I understand how they feel. So it's just so nice to relive those emotions that you yourself have had with your own children, which I think is great. I'm just going to lift him up a little bit more on this side from underneath. I'm going to put something else under there. But yeah, when I'm doing the parent shots, it's definitely a really special thing to be a part of. And we will no doubt see some emotion and beautiful connection tomorrow when we do that with our families. So he's just having a little squirm here.
So just so you know, Kelly, we still have about a little less than 40 minutes left in this section. So we would love, if this baby seems to be continuing to cooperate, to do another one after this.
Definitely. So I'm just going to turn the basket just towards the light a little bit there. I don't need a spotter for this particular shot because he's down inside there. He could not fall if he tried, but he can. You know, he can fling his arms out, but he's wrapped. So I would be quite comfortable for mum and dad to stay where they are. And come in nice and close and get a close-up of his little face. And finding the angles that you love when you're taking your images is all part of your style and the way you do things. Some people like to come in on angles and tilt their camera. I probably tend to shoot directly straight down on most subjects, but I have a thing for straight lines. But that's me personally. But I would recommend definitely doing and finding and shooting babies from as many different angles as possible so that you find those angles that you love, because it's not until you download them and you see all those images side by side that your eye will go to the one and the angle that you love the most. And that's exactly how I found that I was drawn more to the straight angles and lines. So I'm looking at the histogram on the back of my camera here, and I'm making sure I'm shooting a lot of light colors here and whites. You can see it up there on the screen. So over to the right side of the histogram are my whites, and over to the left-hand side are the blacks. So you can see that all of my information of my shot is within that range, so I'm not losing any digital information. I'm not overexposing or underexposing the talking. And I'm going to have a drink. So to get those perfect skin exposures, I would be pushing my exposure higher so that they're nice and perfect, they're not too dark. And full of reds, because when you underexpose skin tones, you will get a lot of reds in there as well, which are hard to remove in Photoshop. So by lifting your exposure by maybe 1/3 of a stop or 2/3 of a stop, you'll bring it up to get that really creamy skin. I'm sorry, talking. I haven't talked this much for so long, it's making my throat itchy. So we are going to do another setup with this little guy, and I'm going to use this red and orange crate. Do we have any questions while I set up?
We do. We have a related question to what you were just discussing with the skin tones and the exposures. Tomas wants to know, does she do skin touch-ups for red splotches and jaundice? If you do end up with a photo where the baby has red skin, splotchy skin, jaundice, do you do skin touch-ups in Photoshop?
Oh, all the time. All the time. I really like to make their skin look nice and soft as possible, but without making it look too plasticky. Okay. So I'm going to use this towel from before just to put into the bottom of this, because he's a little baby. We need to fill this as much as possible. So filling it with a towel or my cloth nappies is a really great way to go.
All right, so maybe a couple questions while you're doing that, and I love how our baby is still cooperating so much. So from Snaps456, what if parents recommend a pose that is unsafe for the baby or is not consistent with your style? For example, using different types of props. Again, we talked about the props earlier, but just do you have a lot of that where parents are trying to suggest what to do?
Yeah, occasionally I will have a parent come to me that will request a particular setup that they've seen somewhere else. And if it's unsafe, I will not do it. And I will explain to them why and what the risks are involved. Because every time I do a session, every time I have a baby in my hands or take a shot, that's my reputation as a baby photographer. So I would not want to jeopardize my reputation for, you know, future clients to think that I was doing something that was unsafe or not realistic in my view. And I hope that my clients respect that in me as a photographer. So, and I have quite a clear style and way I do things, which you can see on my website and my blog and things like that. So I just tell them that it's not something that I would normally do, and I don't feel comfortable doing it. If it's a composite shot, for example, that I have done in the past that I don't offer, and if they request it, I will say, yes, I'll attempt this particular setup, but if your baby becomes unsettled at any point during, I'm not gonna force it into that, especially this one. Can I just jump off set just for 2 seconds? I gotta wipe my nose. My throat's so itchy.
Absolutely, that is the beauty of live television, folks. I would love to get some reactions from those of us in our studio audience. What has been sort of the most surprising thing that you have seen so far? Sort of one of your biggest ahas, and we have a mic down there in the front.
I guess for me, it would just be how well she moves the babies, transitions the babies, because I seem to have the newborns that I'm photographing are, you know, very, very strong, like jerking reflexes. They wake up, they scream. So to see how she keeps them so tight and so just fluid as she's moving them is nice to see, nice to learn from, because it must be something I'm lacking, because the babies that I've been shooting, at least a few of them, have been not so easy.
Anybody else?
The aha moment for me was being up there with her was nice, because I did get to see how the parents feel and what they do. But I liked that she had me hold my hand until last minute and then lift up. I didn't think to do that with parents, and that makes sense because every time I pose, by the time I get the shot back, the baby's moved. So I love the idea that you just have the parent right there. They feel better about being there, and the baby stays in position. So I thought that was great.
Because otherwise the parents don't know what you're going to do next.
Well, go take Stephanie's reaction one more.
I was just going to say, I really liked how Kelly wraps the babies, because I've always in the past tried to wrap them up beforehand, where she just sticks them in the lap and kind of curls them into place. So I found that really helpful.
Oh, excellent. Right, so I'm moving on. I filled my crate, I suppose you could call this, with a couple of towels, and we're going to have his bottom back here, and he's going to be upright and up like this into this position. And what I've done is just folded a couple of these cloth nappies up in tight to the front here, where he's going to need that support underneath his chest and his arms, and we don't want him resting on this metal edge of the crate, which is really important. Turn that off me, it's a bit hot. So I'm just going to fold a couple more over here, not that one. And I'm pushing it down so that I know how much give it's got in it, because if I don't and I put him in here and he pushes it down, I'm going to have to pull him back out and readjust. So I want to get it right before I actually put him in. So I've got that fairly compact there, and I'm going to put that over the top of that bar, and I've got a nice support at the back there, but I'm going to put one more towel in. So he has got a ledge. His bottom's going to be down lower than his head, but that's going to bring him up higher so that he's not sinking down forward like that. So I have this beautiful felt blanket that I'm just going to tuck in around the cloth nappies. This was made by Brand New Babe. She hand makes these. They're absolutely amazing. They're great textures and colours. So I'm just pushing that down so you can't see the white, and I'm going to bring it forward again with that cloth nappy so that it's over the top of that bar. And tuck it in at the sides. And how you dress props with your fabrics and your textures, you know, that's purely up to you. I'm sort of grabbing stuff here off the shelves that I think is going to look good with the colours. So it's got a little bit of like creamy yellowy colours in here. So I've tried to match that up with the felt, and I'm just going to sort of use this as well just to add a little bit of extra texture to drape over the top. But you can still see that beautiful felt underneath. So I'm going to have Denise come back again in a minute when I put him on top of this prop. And I'm going to use this particular pose here. So most of the poses that I do on the bag are the very same poses that I use when I'm putting them into props. So this particular one up here in the middle is the same position that I'm going to try and go for when I put him into this particular crate. So you can come back and sit over here for me. You sit up on the white, and I'll come closer to you. So I'm going to try and keep him nice and sleepy while I'm getting him out. I might see if I can just unwrap him a little. I might do it when I get him out. Squish. And you love it when they do that. So I'm just trying to unwrap him as carefully as possible without waking him, because we want him to be fairly sleepy when we put him up here. And just gently rock him. And the reason I rock them back to sleep when I've got them in a pose and I just give them a gentle little rock is it's very soothing to them. Inside the womb, they've been, you know, floating and rocking and moving the entire time of their pregnancy. So every time the mum laughs, gets up, walks, sits down, they're moving inside all that fluid. Obviously less before they come out because they run out of room, but they're still moving nonetheless because they're moving with the mum. So I want to put him on his tummy with his hands up, so I'm going to position them up with my fingers as I turn him over like this. Bring that hand forward. So it's just getting that wrap out from underneath him there, because we don't want that in this shot. Hang on. It's just, don't pull it just yet, because it's just tangled around the back of his foot. There we go. Now I'll get you to pull it for me if that's all right. There we go. So the same way I picked him up is the same way I've put him down. And that way there's minimal adjustment when they're actually on top of the prop. So the light is behind me, so I want his face to be towards the light. So he's just lifting his head here. I'm just supporting it with my fingers. And I'm just going to turn him gently this way. There we go. Now if you can put your hand just there on his head so that he doesn't go kicking himself forward. And this is what I would do with the parents. Because he's actually got a ledge back here, he can push against that with his legs and he could come flying out of here. So it's really important to have a hand on his head so that, because they're so strong when they get that push going with their legs. So just put your hand back down there on his legs for me. So he's just getting himself comfortable. Just going to use this to put over him. I'm going to just give him a little bit of a pat. Okay, so now I'm going to bring his little hands up underneath his face. You're comfortable? Yeah, you good? No? Okay, great, comfortable? Because we're not taking the shot just yet. Alright. And we're going to bring this arm up first, and then we're going to bring this arm up so it's over on top. So he's having a little bit of a squirm there. Okay, so these hands are beautifully placed, but what I want to do is, because his face, I'm going to take the shot from here. I'm only going to get the top of his head. So what I want to do is turn his chin and bring it around to here, and we may need to use Denise's finger for his head to rest on again, just so we can see all of his face in this shot. I might just use another cloth nappy just to put on his back there to make him feel nice and secure. So I'm just going to keep my fingers on his hands so that they don't move when I lift his head up. And I'm just going to slowly push them around and underneath that chin. Did you see that? And how cute is that? And I know that we're going to definitely have to use Denise's finger because his head is going to fall to the side, which is okay, but I think with just a little bit of support, it's going to look a little bit better in the photos and not awkward and not like his head is overextended at all. So I am ready to take this shot, and I'm even going to turn this prop just gently. Now, I wouldn't turn it if nobody had their hand on him. Okay, so we might just take this towel here off. And your hand there. So this finger is going to stay on his head at all times. We're just going to move it back. Turn your hand facing upwards. So that way, by turning it upwards, these fingers aren't going to dangle down into my shot. They're up high. And when I'm ready to take the shot, I'll do what I did with the other hand and just get Denise to lift that hand up nice and high and then bring it back down once I've taken the shot, and that way he's supported the entire time. But what I'm going to do is, because your leg is quite close to this one, I'm just going to bring him this way just a little bit. And you're still okay there for a minute? Okay. just tucking that in just a... I don't know if you can hear that, but he's got a little snore going on. It's really cute. Okay, I'm just going to get a close-up shot first. So if you can just lift your backhand up for me. And I'm just going to expose a little bit brighter. And lift up again for me. Nice. He's having a little bit of a squirm. So now I'm going to come back and get the whole prop in. I'm still focusing on that eye that's closest to the camera, and I'm down nice and low. Again, you could shoot this from any angle to get that right angle for you without blocking out your light. And I'm shooting at, my ISO is 1250, I'm at 2.8, and my shutter speed is actually at 80th of a second. So I'm just going to take a couple of extra ones just to make sure I nail that focus on the eye line. But in Photoshop, I would really darken down this background and make it really beautiful. I love this setup.
How do you set your white balance?
A lot of the times in my studio, I just use a grey card. Here I'm just actually on auto white balance because I'm not really covering a lot of the technical stuff. I'm going over my exposures and things like that. But I would, if you're having trouble with your colours and your white balance, I would definitely recommend using a grey card to get that right exposure. But in here, you know, I'm pretty happy with these warm tones on auto white balance. Okay. Rightio, do we have some questions?
We absolutely do. So are we done with this beautiful baby?
Isn't he beautiful?
Beautiful, beautiful. We have a question from Karen.
I noticed that you're shooting in JPEG.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Hang on, let me just turn this monitor off. Yay. Can hear you now.
I noticed that you're shooting in JPEG. Do you always shoot in JPEG?
I'm actually shooting in RAW and JPEG. So I've got both.
And because of the tether, it's actually just the JPEGs that are popping up onto the screen.
Yes, the RAW images won't come up on the tether. But I do shoot in RAW and JPEG, and if I've nailed that exposure, the exposure in that is looking pretty good and my histogram looks pretty good. But when we're shooting indoors with natural light, we have to be careful of varying light. If the clouds go in front of the sun, things like that. If we have any color casts in our images, all those things, it's best to shoot with the backup and the safety of a raw image so that you can do some adjustments in Photoshop. But if you're nailing an exposure and you're in a controlled environment like this and you've got nothing really going on, a JPEG image is pretty good. Got a blanket? So yeah, I'm like, my camera shoots pretty amazing JPEG quality images, and my clients aren't putting their images on billboards. So I'm happy with those unless I'm having issues with exposure and all those things. If I was shooting outside, I would definitely be using those raw images if I needed to.
So Kelly, we're getting a lot of questions about the different steps that go into the composite images. I know you've touched on it here. You definitely touched on it yesterday. That'll be in the bonus videos.
Sorry, Trudy. Just let Mum know that there's been an accident there at the back to clean him up. Sorry.
It's all right. Can you kind of go through your steps and just give an overview of the composite images and when you decide to do that, and then you know the steps along the way?
Oh, definitely. So that I wouldn't, like having a finger in there, I would clone that out so it's not a composite image. But when I'm doing something like the froggy pose, I think someone asked before about those particular images that I find risky and everything. Yeah, when we go through post-processing, first up tomorrow morning, I'm actually going to show you the image that I photographed yesterday of the cocoon. It's a composite, and I'm going to show you how I put those images together in Photoshop. Great. So, and it's just overlaying and things like that.
Perfect. Let's see, we also had a question from Casey N. who said, I noticed that she's on the floor a lot with the babies. Are there any types of stretches or exercises that you do beforehand? Is that the way you normally shoot?
Usually afterwards. But no, I'm pretty flexible. I actually have a bad back. I had surgery a couple of years ago, so I have to be careful when I'm down on the floor, but I find it easier to be at the same level as the baby. If I was continually bending over, I'd be putting a lot of strain on my back and things like that, and I'd have to be careful. But being able to sit on the floor with the baby, put my legs around the prop, I'm sturdy, I'm comfortable, and yeah, I just find that the easiest way to work with them.
Question for you about the timing, and this is from Bridget Lopez Photography as well as others. What is the typical session for you, and what do you tell the parents?
Yep, I tell the parents to allow 2 to 4 hours. So sometimes a session is over in an hour and a half. Sometimes a baby will feed for quite a long time during a session. But if my sessions start at 10 o'clock, I'm generally done by 1:30 at the latest, and they've gone. And that's from the meet and greet, it's from the discussions, it's from the settling, it's from the feeding. So once the baby's asleep, it's a really good idea to move as quickly as possible with them. Obviously I'm going a bit slower today because I'm trying to talk about everything I'm doing step by step, but yeah, I try to move as fast as possible with them while they're asleep to get the most out of that time, because they don't stay asleep forever.
And just to follow up to that, I saw this question earlier, and do you ever have parents who say you do complete it in an hour and a half, and yet you had said 2 to 4 hours? Do you ever sense that they think that you're cutting them off short, or do you kind of overly explain?
No, I think because I always go into such detail and I'm such a perfectionist, I really go to great lengths to make sure that all the details, I'm not being such a perfectionist here today, I'm sorry, only because of the time limit that we have for each segment.
We would never know.
But you know, I will pay particular attention to all of the details, and you know, occasionally I'll get a set of parents in that just want to sit quietly, and so my session is actually done faster because I'm not talking so much to them. But when I have a couple or a mum that's really chatty, you know, I'll make sure that I pay enough attention to her and have those conversations with her, because obviously she needs to have those conversations. So it's a lot to do with the back and forth with the parents and the timing and telling them, and they know to expect 20 images in their final gallery. They've already got that information, they know they're going to get it, and the speed that I get those images, I think they're grateful that they get to leave early. So it's really good. And I used to feel bad that I used to think that my sessions had to go for 4 hours, and I would spend so much time and I would be loading so many images into their galleries, and they would hardly be ordering anything, and I'm like, I'm putting so much time and effort into this, why are they not buying every image? But then I learned that, you know, less is actually more. And the more images you put in there that are the same, the more you're going to confuse your client, and they're not going to buy every image. If you give them a really good variety, keep it really simple, it's just going to be easy for them to decide on which images they want.
Absolutely.
I have another...
How are you going down there? You can hop up if you like. That floor's hard.
I have a question that came in about outdoor shoots. Do you ever shoot outdoors?
I have, and some outdoor shoots are amazing. They're really, really fun to do. It depends on the climate, the temperature outside. I would never put a baby into a full sun situation where it's not protected at all. So if I am going to do an outdoor shoot, I generally do it at a nearby location to my house that we can either walk to or jump in the car and go to quite quickly, and I prefer to do those on overcast days or under the shade. So I would never put a baby in direct sunlight in the middle of the day, and because I'm shooting in Australia from say 10 till 2, that's the hottest part of the day, so I would be very mindful when I am taking a baby outdoor, because their skin is so you know, sensitive.
Yeah. We have a question here from CO Photo. What do you do if a parent brings you an older baby, like 2 months or so, and wants poses like this? Do you turn them down? Do you talk them through the process? How do you handle that?
I'm so lucky now that I actually only book babies in that are under 2 weeks of age, and if I do get those requests, I'm actually so far booked in ahead that I don't have time to shoot them. But what I do is I inform them as to why I photograph them at that age, and I also tell them that the next best time to photograph a baby is when it's sitting safely on its own, just before it can crawl, and you can get some really fun interaction photos with that baby. So I tell them that unfortunately I don't have any availability at this time for their child, but the next best time to book in, if they would like to book now, is for their, say, 6-7 month session.
Smart. That's good. So earlier we were talking about, and some people had asked online about the beautiful wall portraits that are decorating our set. And somebody had asked how big they are, where you got them.
Yeah, I think they're a 20 by 30 inch standout, and they have
it was 30 by 40.
30 by 40?
We can confirm. We'll confirm.
Oh, we will confirm that. I'm sorry. I'm a bit hazy
30
with
by
the size.
40.
But anyway, it's a 20 by 30?
30 by 40.
30 by 40. They are a standout with a bamboo edge from White House Custom Color. They are so beautiful. I couldn't believe them when I saw them, and I haven't actually had, you know, the chance to order big prints from White House purely because I'm in Australia, but I do use them for all of my little the little birth announcement cards and things like that. They print on some amazing stock paper. So,
well, they're for those of you, we can see them online, but in person, you know, they are just beautiful. And
yeah, they're great.
Thank you to White House Custom Color, who actually donated those and sent them for Kelly for this show. So thank you, White House.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Well, we have time for a few more questions.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So, any more in our studio
Anyone in the studio?
audience? No. All right. So I just want to clarify for people, you've talked about the 20 images in your gallery. How many of those do your clients usually purchase? And then I know we're going to talk about marketing tomorrow, but do you also sell albums and those types of things?
Yeah, I have 4 packages that I now sell. So this year I changed my pricing up a little bit. Last year I did a la carte, now I do a package. So when you buy a particular package, you actually get the images from your gallery. So they're included. Because it's such so it's such a digital world that we live in, and everybody wants to be able to share their images online with their family, with their friends all over the world. So I make sure that they have an amazing product that I love and that I sell, that they can display in their home. And yeah, they actually get the digital files along with that product.
That's great. We have another question from Tough Toodle. What are the essential newborn props for just starting out? If you had to pick just a few core things, what would you do?
I would definitely pick a good basket. I know a photographer in Australia who has one basket, and she seems to just mix it up every time with what she puts in it, whether it be fabric, wraps, knits, hessian materials, things like that. She does such a great job of doing something different every time with this one basket. She does a really good job. I would have probably some type of wooden crate. I actually don't have any on here at the moment, but I started out with four or five blankets to choose from, and they were all very neutral. I had a dark brown, a light brown, a white, and a grey. So they were the 4 colours that I actually started out with before I, you know, was earning enough money to be able to add a great variety to my studio. You know, having a variety is excellent, because not everyone, I get a lot of friends of friends who come to me, so not everyone wants to choose the same products because they don't want the same photos, like same setups and same props in their photos as their friends have. So a variety is good, but having, say, a basket that's big and maybe a basket that's flat, like the one at the top there, you could do something really different with that and use that in a few different ways. I've done a lot of posing on their back. I like that. That's the safest way to do it, and you can do it differently with different fabrics. You can position their hands differently, and it's such a great way to see their face in every photo. So having something like that is definitely a must.
Well, Kelly, that was an incredible segment there, and folks, there is still more to come today and for 2 more days. So we're going to take a 20-minute break, and what do we have coming up after that?
We have a set of twins.
A set of twins.
They're boy-girl twins, so we're going to have fun with them. I'm going to do a setup with them together on the beanbag, and then I'm going to do a setup of them together inside a prop. So we'll have a bit of both.
Fantastic.
It's just incredible. You all just saw a 3-year-old baby, or 3-day-old baby being photographed here live, and next up, twins. The quotes are coming in, the comments are coming in so fast. I just wanted to share a couple with you, Kelly. Marcel Edwards said, if there was a like button to press every time she said something, I feel like applauding, I would have broken it by now. And I love your comments about trust. And that was back from earlier, talking about building trust. And Emma Jane Lother says that she's watching from Northern Ireland. We're really getting into newborn photography in a massive way here in Northern Ireland. And it's great to hear from a pro. I shoot 4 to 6 babies a month, and I absolutely love what I do. I'd say it's my favorite type of photography. So thank you for this fantastic live feed. It has boosted my confidence to push through my newborn side of things a lot more. So,
Excellent.
Thank you.
And we all know how much confidence and trust and just that calm feeling of knowing what to do next comes into play with this kind of photography. Newborn photography, I think, is different than any other. You have to be prepared for anything. Safety comes first, as Kelly's shown us all day long. And when you have the education and the experience together to know how to do that and to run your studio the way you want, to get the kinds of images you want, I mean, that's what we're all aiming for, right?
Exactly.
And a lot of these things that Kelly's teaching, you can't know them really until you try them. So to get her to show us today, tell us and show us on camera, plus all the bonus materials that come in, the newborn posing guide, the newborn pricing guide, the bonus videos from yesterday talking about some of these different kinds of shots, a little bit more complicated shots, to see her in action doing them as well as having her explain one by one. It's such invaluable information that I think any photographer would just die to have to help their studio, to help their photography careers move along. So I would recommend everyone check out that buy button at the bottom of your screen. It's the easiest way to do it. The 3 days plus all the bonus materials is $149, but if you get it through the end of the workshop, I believe it ends Saturday evening at 9 p.m. Pacific time, it's only $99. So check out that buy it button right now. Ken is going to give us a little preview again of the newborn posing guide. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, this is what I'm really excited about, and what I didn't show you last time was for you to actually see that I'm here on this iPad controlling it, that you can download the interactive PDF again when you purchase the course, and then you can just scroll through it. And you have this beautiful setup of these 11 different chapters. It's interactive. You can click on, let's see, number 2 is shooting in natural light, which of course is what Kelly uses most, and she tells you about her tips. There's that picture of her studio that you can break down and replicate as you want. She's got her key points. Next chapter, communicating with the parents. Again, we were just talking about building trust and confidence. So I just think this is such a huge added bonus to be able to have this adorable little interactive guide to have with you, whether it's on your iPhone, on your iPad, all of that together. So thank you for including that in the purchase of this course, Kelly. It's really a huge tool to have as a reference.
It's a huge tool to have as a reference. And that's the beauty of buying the course, is that you have it as a reference forever.
Exactly.
You can download the videos, you can watch them online, but you have them to reference again and again. And it's all about practice. As a photographer, you need to learn the skills and then go practice them and then go back and reference and try it again. And that's the best way to build that confidence in your skills and then have those really translate when an actual client comes in. And you can just work effortlessly, have all these tricks and tools in your bag, because you never know what's going to come up with a newborn. Yep. And so having these files, the courses, the materials to go back and reference and learn at your own speed is pretty amazing. So check it out at the Buy Now button at the bottom of your screen, and we've got a lot more coming up over the next 2 days.
That is for sure. I'm just checking out these beautiful images that just came from that last session. Everyone, again, I hope that you are having such an amazing experience out there online, and we want to make this even more interactive for all of you out there and for Kelly. So we've just posted to the Creative Live blog a call for your comments, your blog posts about what you're experiencing here over the course of the next 3 weeks. So there's instructions on the blog, again, creativelive.com/blog, but we want to hear from you. We want to see your images. We want to hear your stories about how this workshop has impacted you. So take your notes at the end of the 3 days, or even tonight, even today. Go post something on your blog about this workshop, and you can email your link to, I believe it's editor@creativelive.com, but again, that is on the blog post. And next week, we will publish all of those blog posts that we receive via email about this workshop.
That's so fun.
We're having so much fun as Creative Live grows, continuing to make this class more interactive, more social, and get out your stories. So go check that out, and we will see you all back with twins in 20 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back from break, everyone. We are so excited to have newborn twins in the studio here with us, a baby boy and a baby girl, and we are about to learn how to photograph multiples. This is incredible. So before we do that, we still have 2 prizes to give away. So the first one is from Pixie Props, a basket, as well as a Triple Scoop Music single song gift certificate. That is a $100 prize. And who's going to win?
The winner is someone from Facebook. Her name is Esther Dashinsky, and her quote was, "Newborn photography has such an emotional impact. It's the most rewarding job in the world."
Nice.
Sweet.
Nice. And the second one is another, as from Triple Scoop Music. It is a special collection certificate, and that is a $300 prize. We love Triple Scoop. They are amazing for licensed music when you are creating slideshows, when you are creating promo reels for your business. They are one of the best places to find incredible music.
Definitely.
That is on topic, that is current. There are so many amazing musicians that are there on Triple Scoop. So thank you to Triple Scoop. Who's going to win this one?
This one comes from Twitter, and it goes to Hillary Gallagher. Her favorite quote was, "Adjust newborn heads by the sides, not the top or the temple, as they're too soft." Really good safety tip.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So the other thing before we go back over to Kelly is we want to remind you all out there at home about the cutest baby photo contest going on Facebook. You can go right to the Creative Live blog to learn more, and all the information is right there for you. So send us those cute baby photos.
All right. All right, Kelly, over to you and the twins.
Oh, great. We have a boy and a girl. How exciting is this? My twins are boy and girl, so I get excited about that. What we're going to do first is a setup on the beanbag. We're going to position them together side by side. It's a fairly sort of simple way of positioning them. It's not too complex. And then we're going to put them into a prop together on the backdrop. So here we go. Because they're boy-girl, I'm going to pick something that's really neutral for them. I'm going to pick a soft grey, and then I'm actually going to put a little headband on our little girl, Audrey, because I think that'll just be really delicate. And grey is also a great fabric that looks good in black and white images. I have a lot of clients that love black and white, so I think it's really good to have colours that you can convert in Photoshop as backdrops into beautiful black and white images. Obviously dark browns and greys and things like that are really good, but reds and oranges can be a little tricky to get a beautiful black and white out of. But I just wanted to keep this nice and neutral because we have opposite sex. So I'm going to have a helper in a minute come out from my online audience. Push that back a bit. Clamp it down. I can't believe how fast this day has gone. Okay. So again with my bag, I'm going to put a well in the middle, and this is where I want them to go. So I'm just going to push down gently, and I'm going to position one baby perfectly on his, I'm going to do the little boy. Is he bigger? Who's bigger? Little boy's bigger. So I'm going to position him on his tummy in that sort of nice side pose, and then I'm going to position the little girl behind and have her come up above so their faces are nice and close together. I think it's one of, the softest, prettiest twin setups to do when they're together on the bag. So I'm going to take him first. He is sound asleep. Oh, he was. Hi. Shh, 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 shh. So I'm just going to take his nappy off first. I'll slide my little chair across so I can sit down. So when I'm working with props on the floor, I will sit on the floor because it's comfortable, like we were talking about before. But because they're up higher in the bag, I like to sit on something that's at about the same height so I can move them carefully and safely from my lap across to the bag. Oh, isn't he divine? So were they born early? 37.5 weeks, and they are 2 weeks old. So they're not even meant to be here. So that's the thing when photographing multiples is that you know, you don't get a lot of multiple bookings because a majority of multiples are born early. And by the time they get out of hospital, and if the parents have other children, their lives are full on. They're busy. They're not even thinking about booking a newborn session, or they they just don't think to do it. So to get a multiple session is actually really great. It's good to work with them. So I'm going to place him down onto his tummy again, into my nice little well. His head's going to be here and his bottom's going to be here. And then I'm going to bring Audrey in and put her on top. So I'll lift his hands up first before I go putting him down. So I'm just going slowly. He's pushing against my hand there. You can see, but I'm going to pull him back in. If I was to move him too quickly and pick him up and put him down, I'm going to upset him. I'm going to startle him. So the trick is to go nice and slow and make sure they're kept nice and sound and asleep. I'm just tucking his legs up with my hand there at the bottom to put him down. And there we go. And their natural instinct is to be in that tight, curly position. So he's just brought himself down perfectly into place, all on his own. Just by having my hands in the right position underneath him and under his legs, I guided him into something that was quite natural and easy for him. So because it's a little boy, I'm just going to make sure he's nice and comfortable under there. And tucked him up. So because he could quite easily just push his legs out, what I'm going to do is put a cloth nappy in and just push it against here, just so it's there as a support. I'll adjust it a bit later once we've got both babies down together. So down to the very bottom. I don't need to slide my hand in underneath him because I'm not lifting him. I'm just putting it here as a support for his legs and his bum, and it's also going to act as a support for when I bring his sister in as well. Wow, how cute is that? Okay, so we have Tammy. Can you come and help me? Okay. Yeah, if you can just sit down here on the floor. Are you comfortable kneeling? Is that all right? And I just want you to just to sit beside the bag. He's not fussing, he's not squirming or moving. He's quite happy there. If he does start to fuss while I go over and get his sister, just place your hand gently on his back.
Okay.
Oh, God, look at that. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, the faces they pull crack me up every time. Oh, they pull the best faces. So the trick when photographing multiples and trying to get these setups of them together is to do it when they're both sound asleep. So this is perfect. If one was awake and I was in my studio at home, I would just go on and photograph that one baby that was asleep and leave the other baby to either comfort or settle or feed with mum. So I'm not wasting time during a session and sitting around and waiting for them to go to sleep. I would just move right along with that one baby. And at the end, I really try to get equal amount of shots of both babies, but I don't make my sessions any longer than what they already are, because a twin mum feels exactly the same way as a single mum, if not worse, because she has two babies to look after. So I don't want her to be in my studio longer than necessary. I want to get that session over as quickly as possible. And if I bombard her with 40 images for a twin session, she's still not going to know how to choose. So I'm still only going to fill that gallery with 20 of my best images. My session fee also stays the same. Someone asked me that the other day, if my session fee changes for a multiple session, but it doesn't, because the time is the same and the images are the same. So what I'm going to do is basically put her into the same position, but I'm going to put her bottom in behind, and I'm actually going to rest her on top of her brother. So I'm just sliding my hand in underneath her shins, and I'm going to bring her back here and place her down. And she's arching her back. Okay, so if you can just, are your hands nice and warm?
They're pretty warm.
Just put your one hand at the back there, just so she doesn't fall backward. Okay. That's it. Because I'm going to bring a support prop in with one of my cloth nappies in underneath, in behind her there. Can you do me a favour? In that basket behind you, the little brown one, there's some little girls' headbands. Just pick out something that will go with the grey. Something kind of girly and little, because she's little. So I'm just going to come in behind here. I've got hands on the babies, which is great, and I'm just going to slide in a prop underneath. And this is going to support this back arm and stop her from rolling backwards. I'm not lifting her, so I'm just pushing it up against her body so that it's there just to support. Oh, that would be pretty. It's nice and long too. So we have a cute little headband that we're going to put on her as well. Okay. So now I'm just going to fine tune and position her here. I'm going to put her bottom down just a little bit. And I'm going to bring this hand up underneath her face as well. And then we're going to lift him from underneath. I would always position the babies first into that pose and then use my props to lift and fine tune it. So I'm just opening her fingers first. She's having a stretch. I'm going to bend her elbow back and then lift her head gently. He's like, get off, you're too heavy. So he's just pushing his hand down in underneath himself there. I'm just going to bring it out a bit so we can see it. Okay, so I'll pop this headband on first before I go positioning anymore. It's kind of long, so we're going to have to hang the back of it towards the back. I'm going to hold the ends up so they don't tickle her and wake her up. And just bring your hand back in there, perfect. Okay, now I'm going to get down on the floor so I'm at their level to just adjust. And I'm nice and comfortable. I'm going to use one of their nappies to lift up under here because I only need a very small prop to lift his face up so it's not hidden down there underneath those blankets. I'm concentrating a bit more, so I'm talking less. I'm sorry. You can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I've got my bottom layer just here, and I'm going to slide my hand in. This cramp on my foot. And I'm just going to push my hand in. Oh, I need. Yeah, I'm going to use them. I got someone taking the nappies away. So I'm just sliding my hand in underneath and I'm lifting him with my hand. So just don't put too much pressure on top of her because that will push her down further onto him. So now I'm going to slide this cloth nappy in underneath his little head just to give him a little bit of height. There we go. And he's moved, so I'm just going to sneak that in underneath while he's adjusting himself and moving. And she is sliding back there, but that's all right because I'll reposition her again in a second. Don't you love her name, Audrey? It is such a beautiful name. Okay. So it's always just a little bit of adjusting, but what we're going to do is come all the way up and underneath here where I have this back cloth nappy. And I'm just going to slide it in underneath her arm at the back here, which will support her and stop her from going backwards. So having that hand right up in underneath that chin, that's what makes the face visible. So now that we've got that positioned, we can push her just a little bit more in under here. God, look at her face. She's out cold. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to use the nappy like I used before because it's a nice, small, firm prop just to give his little face here.
Is she okay without me?
You can put her hand at the back of her head if you like. Okay, so we could even use Tammy's finger here like we did in the prop, and she could bring her hand up like this, yeah, and just let that support Audrey's head at the back there, and we'll smooth our blanket out and we can get a safe shot of that and we can continue to fine tune that. So we're losing light because it's sort of coming towards the end of the day, so I'm just going to check my exposure and make sure. I'm just going to bring this down a little bit so it's not covering his face. So just putting that pressure on the bean bag to move some of those beans to the side. So I'm shooting twins, and instead of shooting at 2.8, I'm going to come up to about 4.5. And what I'm going to do, that's just my exposure shot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this eye here, because they're not on a level focal plane. He's actually closer to me, she's further away. If I focus on her eye, his eye line is going to be blurry. What you can do is stay in the same position if you really wanted to nail that focus on both of them. It's just an idea. You could get a shot of his eye line, change the focal point, get a shot of her eye line, and you could take his face and put it, you know, do a little composite with that if you needed to. So now I've got my safe shot. I'm just going to make a slight adjustment here because I would like to bring her around just a little bit more. So if you can just keep your hand at the back of her head there. I'm just going to bring her legs out. We want to bring that chin down towards his shoulder. And what I'm going to do is just bring this arm here out by lifting her head out and just bring that hand up visible so it's not too far back. There we go. Actually, I'm going to lift her a bit more from behind. She's so sleepy.
By the way, Kelly Brown, just want to let you know that Miss Sue Bryce is in the chat room and cheering you on. Hey, Sue.
Hi,
Thanks for joining us. Let us know if you have any questions, Sue.
That's pretty awesome, don't you think? So my story with Sue is that my business was not doing well a few years ago, and the only photographer that I knew that lived in my country that was going to give me the kick up the bottom that I needed was Sue Bryce. So I said, you need to come into my studio and you need to help me. And she did. And that's how we met.
Oh, awesome.
So everybody needs kick up the bum. So it is safe to say I would not be doing this well without her help. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. She's a little bit more supported.
Yeah. She feels more secure.
And we can see both of their little faces. They look so cute. So I'm going to come back to take my shot. And how is her head moving when you move your hand?
Not really.
Well, what I'm going to do is, because they're not moving anywhere, I'm just going to get Tammy to lift her hand up, so it's always going to be there. But I won't have to clone it out from their head in Photoshop.
You ready? Okay, we can, do we have time? What time are we at? How much time? Can I keep going?
We can definitely keep going.
Awesome. That's the thing, when you are working with babies, the time just disappears from you, because it's when they're asleep and settled, it's so relaxing. Whoa. Now I am going to set a prop up, and I'm going to put them in a prop, and I'm going to bring them both forward like this in the prop, which I think is going to be really beautiful. But they're pretty comfortable here. I might just bring the weight of her off him while I set this prop up. And I'm going to leave them on the beanbag while I set this up, because they are so steady. But I'm going to leave Tammy here to support them. He's like, oh, thank God, she's off me. Okay, so you can just keep an eye on them there for me. What I'll do is I will take this down so you can see. Another great way to move on from this particular pose is to roll them both onto their backs and have their arms around them. Should we do that? Should we do another one on here? You want me to? Okay. I don't need convincing.
The internet is blown away by the fact that we have twins and that you are photographing them and teaching us how to photograph multiples
Would
live.
you be able to undo that
incredible.
clamp for me, please, Tammy? So now I'm going to bring out the props that are underneath, because I'm going to start fresh and I'm going to turn them onto their backs and put their little arms around them. I'm going to use a wrap to put around them to keep them nice and tight and secure as well. So she's going to sink a fair bit here, so just pop your hand on her head just in case she startles. There we go. So I'm holding the top layers quite firmly with my hand, so that as I pull that out, I can just lower it slowly. So I'm not sort of just yanking out that prop from underneath and startling them. Now, I don't want to, my lighting situation here is obviously coming from this direction. If I turn them from there, the light is going to be hitting them up under their nose, which is not the best way to do it. So what I'm going to do is position them, and then I'm going to turn my bag so it suits my lighting conditions. Yeah? We might turn Audrey first, because she's at the back. So this little arm here, we need to go up and underneath her, so I'm just going to lift. Yeah, go for it. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Is the microphone on? Can we just wait a second, just while I'm positioning them? So what I might get you to do this time is come around to this side so you can hold their feet while I position their arms. Come in behind me here. And just put your hand there on his little legs. He's going to push against you, so just make sure you're nice and firm. So I've come in just above, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Audrey in his arms. So I need to lift her up. He's gone back to sleep there. That's lovely. She's down lower, so we need to bring her up here. So I'm just lifting her up. And I want to bring this hand out. And this little arm is going to go underneath here. And you can have your arm back. I'm just going to put a cloth nappy here just because he's squirming, just to add some support. And that's what I think of you. Just hit me in the face. And I picked him up because he was going to wake his sister up. And we want one baby that's still sleeping. Okay, so I'm going to come around now to put him back down in here. Do you use dummies at all? Do you use dummies, pacifiers? You are strong for a little man. Now, I am not going to push forward with that image of them together on the thing because we're going to run out of time. But what I am going to do is give him back to his mummy for a cuddle while I set up the next prop, because we are going to continue to do it. And this is what I would do. I would leave Audrey sound asleep there because she's happy. And I set this prop up as quickly as possible. I give him back to his mum and she can settle him.
And by the way, we are okay on time. We can go over if needed, so we've got the twins. Let's use them.
He's going back to sleep. I'll keep going. But I do need to set this prop up. So I'm going to hand him back to Mum because I do need to set this prop up. So. On your lap. So what Mum is going to do here, she's just going to quickly give him a little feed while I set up, because that's kind of what he's looking for. So I'm just going to give her some privacy while I set up. So I have a large basket here. I'm going to put both of them up here towards the end. Do we want to get rid of the backdrop stand? Is that all right if we can get rid of that? Can I get two girls to come and grab either end of the backdrop and take it off? Just so everyone can see what I'm doing here. Just lift it from the base there. Just go down to the bottom. Go down to the bottom. Be careful there of the legs. Okay, you can sit on that stool, Tammy, if you like. But because this particular prop hasn't got a secure, sturdy base, but we want to use it because of the size, I do want to put something heavy in the back of it here, because we're going to put them up here at the front of it, and I don't want it to topple forward with the weight of two babies at one end. So I will, in no circumstances, I would definitely do that. As far as weights go, because I actually don't have any here, what I might do is use a couple of bottles of water, if I can. Full ones. So these are going to be at the back. They're not too heavy, but they're pretty heavy. I might just get one more if that's possible. Here's one. And we can cover those with towels, and the babies aren't actually going to be on them because they're all the way at the back here. And in the middle of the prop, there's a bar across there, and so they're not going to roll forward into that first half of the prop. So I'm going to line it with, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to line it with these blankets so it's nice and soft, and then I'm going to use this beautiful giant knit rug from Brand New Babe. I got this just before I came away, so I've been really excited to use it. So I'm going to put this here at the front. I might use it this way. Okay, use some towels as well. It's pretty cool to be resourceful, and I suppose if you were in somebody's home shooting, you know, and you didn't have everything that you needed for a particular shot, you can just use things that are nearby. And make this as comfortable as possible for them and as supportive as possible. With your other hand there, Tammy, can you just pass me those cloth nappies, please? Thank you. I'm just going to put these down in here. So when you're lining props, it's really important to make sure that they are firm but soft, and the babies aren't going to topple to one side or fall out or anything like that. So having them in there with a bit of a ledge is a really good idea. And we're going to use Helga in a minute to come over, and she's going to actually have her hands on this the entire time I'm taking a shot. So she's going to actually hold the back, and I'm going to be able to clone that out in Photoshop. Not just yet. Soon. How's it going? Good? So if he'd continued to fall asleep in my arms, I would have gone on to do that shot, but he was just about asleep and he kind of started up again, so it's safe just to give them back to their parent if they're not going to settle. I think that's going to be too big to use. Is there more cloth nappies there? Oh, excellent. I couldn't see them. Thank you. So now I'm going to create the shelf at the front here for them to lie on. This is where they're going to be. And then we're going to bring this in over the top. We're going to push down now. And they're going to be up there. So having a bar on top of something like this it's not, ideal when you're placing babies inside something. So we're going to be careful sliding them in underneath that bar. But we'll make sure that they're nice and settled before we do that. And we'll put them together. Wow, how amazing that we got a set of twins to come in. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to position little Audrey first in here. I'm going to use the dark background. Again, I probably prefer to work with darker backgrounds than I do lighter backgrounds. That just seems to be something I do a lot of. Okay, so I'll bring the basket next to me. I'm going to bring Helga in first. And again, she's going to sit, I'm going to ask her to sit with her back to the wall and her legs out towards me. Excellent. But just come forward just a little bit and come right to the edge of that. You okay like that? Yep. Excellent. Oh, she's sound asleep. It's because she's going to be on her stomach in this prop. I want to try and keep her on her tummy in here. Yes, you can go and sit back down now. Thank you. Thank you. Oops. Okay. So when he's ready, we're going to bring him over, but take your time. I'm just going to position her and I'm going to bring her over to this end. Helga's going to keep her hand on the back of the prop. So it's not an ideal basket, but it just so happens to be the largest basket we have here, suitable for twins. So, but this is how you would do it if you had a prop that you really wanted to use that was unstable. So I want to continually move her towards this end of the prop on me, but she just opened her eyes a bit there, so I'm just going to settle her back down again before I move her again. And we have the time because we're waiting for her brother, so I don't have to rush, which is pretty cool. Oh, he's ready. I didn't even see her behind me. So I've got both of my fingers, you can't see it, but I have both of my fingers in under her hands, and I have my other hand across her back, and her head is just resting in my palm, and I'm just going to carefully lift her and bring her forward to this side. So in one movement, I didn't have to move anything else, but I moved all of her at once. So if you can just place this hand just on top of her head for me, just let it rest there in your hand so it's not going to go forward. So this is an instance that we were talking about. It was a question on the chat before, where they actually do a poo and they soil the whatever it is that they're lying on. She's sound asleep. I've just moved her out of it. So she's actually not sitting in it anymore. It wasn't a lot, it was just a very small amount. So I'm happy to continue with this because he's asleep, she's asleep, and we can get a great shot. Okay, how are you going? Are you comfortable? You're okay? Okay, I'll warm my hands up again. So I'm going to try and put him down on his tummy. I'm sorry, I've slightly turned my back to you. This little hand is inside there, so we'll just pull that out. So I've just lifted that hand and brought him forward into my hand, which I've done with every sort of setup. And I'm going to bring that other hand up. This wrap is really tight around his legs. I'm just trying to get it out without waking him up, sorry. So I'm going to come in nice and close here. I'm just going to rock him just a little bit more, gently. Okay, so I'm going to place him on the other side here. And pull this arm down because I want him to be quite close to his sister, and we're going to turn him this way. Now what I might actually get Helga to do is come and switch sides with me while I adjust him. Yep. I've got both of them. Okay, so one hand just at the top of Audrey's head and one hand at the back of the basket, putting weight on the back of the basket. So this is the same direction that I would give a parent if they were helping me, because they don't know what I'm going to do next. We actually might leave him facing this way and we might turn her as well, and we might bring a reflector in. So now if you could just place your hand there under his head. Gets a bit tricky when you're posing multiples. And we're going to turn little Audrey's head. I'm sorry if you can't see that. I'm going to pull this hand in. I'm just sliding my fingers underneath this arm of hers, which is right in underneath her chin. We want to bring that out, and that'll prevent her chin from dropping down. So the beauty of having something like this as well is that we can put more props in underneath to lift them up higher as well. Okay, so you can bring your hand back there. Great. And now I'm just going to bring him slightly forward just a little bit. So I've just gradually tucked his legs up further, and now I can bring this top half higher. I'm turning his head back this way, so their little faces are side by side. He's very tight. So you do have to have a lot of patience when posing babies, especially multiples, because you know some of them don't like to be touched and pose together, so it can wake the other baby up. But the majority of the time they pretty much like being together. So he's just wanting to bring that arm in, so I'm just stopping him from dragging that arm down in underneath his chin again, because I really want it to be there. Okay, so if you can just bring your hand around to the front and let both of their heads just rest against your fingers. Perfect. We are almost done. I'm just going to bring his little leg out here because I want to see his toes. And it's tucked right up underneath. There we go. Perfect. So quiet in here. Okay, now I'm going to start lifting them up a little bit. I'm going to use this felt blanket here, only because of its size and that it's quite compact. And I'm just going to gently lift them both up a little bit higher. So I slide my hand in again underneath both babies. And I'm just going to tuck this in underneath. He's just adjusted himself, so we'll bring him forward again once we get this in underneath Audrey. Yeah. So I'm going to bring my hand in under his leg, and this hand up in underneath this hand and his chin, and just bring him, my fingers are getting caught in the net. There we go. Bring him forward a little bit. Okay. So now what we're going to do is Helga's going to use her finger like the other girls did. Yep. Okay. And just let her head rest against the finger. Just be careful your nail doesn't stick into her head there. So I always actually have short nails when I'm photographing babies because I would hate to scratch their delicate little skin. And now I just want to bring his little hand up and turn his little head, and we should be ready to take this shot. He doesn't want to move his head. So a great way when they are quite tense like that and they do not want to move. I don't want to move him much. I just want to bring his chin probably around a couple of centimetres towards the front so we can actually see his little face. But it's just to rock them gently. And I've got my other hand on top of his fingers because they're in the exact position that I want them to stay. So I don't want him to move when I move his head. There we go. So now we can see both of their little faces. And I'm ready to take that shot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have to do a little bit of, when you lift your hand at the back there, what does the basket do? Okay. So I'm okay with that, but just put it there just for a minute while I move back to take the photo, and then when I'm ready, wow, that looks so cute. They're adorable. So I'm just going to get a quick exposure shot before I ask Helga to lift her hand at the back. Wow, that looks pretty good. Okay. Can you, oh no, it's all right, I'll do it. So I'm just going to bring his little fingers together there. I didn't notice it before, but when I took the shot, I noticed the quite large space in between it. And we are done. Good babies.
That was just riveting. Yeah. I can't even tell you all the comments that are going on online, and thank you for those. We're so happy that you all are with us. We are running out of time. We've already run out of time. So I just want to thank all of you for joining us today. Thank you to all of the moms who brought their babies. Kelly Brown, thank you so much. And I would love to hear what it is that we are going to do tomorrow. But she right now is still helping get those babies out. Yep. So let's just talk about, let's let folks know what some of those comments were that were coming in online.
Okay, just what's your necklace there?
Absolutely. Well, we had a lot of comments about Kelly being the baby whisperer, basically how incredible she is with kids, how she has the magic touch. And we had a really amazing comment from Melitza. She says, as a neonatal nurse, fellow Brisbaneite living in Canada, I must compliment Kelly on her handling of the babies. Staying calm even while they cry will definitely reassure the parents, and obviously the babies feel the calm so well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I just wanted to briefly share a little story about when I was a newborn photographer, and I photographed 2 7-day-old twins, and it didn't turn out like this. And I was devastated. And I honestly told myself that I would never photograph twins again, and I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. And that was the lack of confidence. And I can only imagine if I had this workshop, if I had this training then, what I would have been able to accomplish. If this is what you want to do, if newborns is it for you, you can do this.
Absolutely.
You can do this, and you've just been shown how, and I think that is so amazing and so special. And for all of you out there, what is that confidence worth to you? Certainly is worth $149 would have been to me to not tell myself that I would never photograph newborns again. You can purchase this course now with all of the bonus materials for $149, but when you do it today, it's only $99. And if this is it again for you, you're going to want to do that right now. There's a buy button. Tomorrow you'll already be able to start rewatching these videos from today. The bonus videos are there, 3 of them from yesterday's pre-shoots with composites. You have the posing guide you saw earlier. You have a pricing guide that we're going to talk about tomorrow. It's just all there, laying it out for you so that you can be confident every time you go to photograph newborns.
Yep.
Kelly, this has been an incredible day. I just want to briefly ask you, what are we going to do tomorrow?
Okay, straight up in the morning, we are doing post-production. So I'm actually going to be editing some of the photos from today, and I'm going to edit a photo, a composite photo that I did yesterday, which would be great to see how I do that. And I just want to say, going back to that confidence thing, Kenna, oh my God, like, I don't know what it is, but I have so many photographers that contact me regularly about not having confidence in themselves. And all of the videos that were submitted for my online audience, not just you guys that are here today, but everyone said that they just really wanted that confidence to be able to work with babies. And it took me a long time to get that confidence and to know. But once I understood babies and how to keep them calm and how to be calm myself and have that patience, the confidence just came from there, because every shot that I looked at and went, wow, I just did that, my confidence grew a little bit more. And so there is no reason at all that you shouldn't have confidence in yourself. You can do it, you just have to allow yourself to. So I think that's really great. We're also going to be photographing, going back to topic, some babies with siblings, and then some babies with their parents, and then in the afternoon we're going to talk about pricing, marketing, products, everything.
And then we still have another day on top
Another
of that,
day.
Kelly. Yep. So again, everyone, there's a buy button right beneath the video. You can do that. It's the easiest way to own this workshop. Everyone, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Let's give Kelly Brown a huge Creative Live round of applause. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.